2025 championship. It's championship weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze, just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynolds going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege time that leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high grounds, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the Adept. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .4-0 dominance. Will it be 4-0 dominance today for Classic? Probably not, because you can't go 4-0 in a tournament that doesn't have a best of 7. Hello and welcome to the WardiTV Mondays 101. Oh my god. It's so much, so many words. You know, it's like, you can't just say it's WardiTV Mondays 93. It's like 101. That's like 5 syllables. I don't know if there's more syllables in a WardiTV Monday before this one, but pretty crazy. We gotta say so much. Just the suffering from success, basically. We should have just gone back to WardiTV Mondays 1, to be honest. Save us saying the 100 every time. We could say 101, I guess. Would be kind of good too. Could also work. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Thank you for being here. I know I disappeared from existence for a week. That was planned, but we're back, and we're back most days this week. It's still a little bit choppy here and there in terms of when I can be here and stuff. We've got some stuff to do, but this week's actually kind of a weird week. I guess we'll talk about that a little bit very soon. We are going to start the day with Clem and Classic, if either of them are around. Right now I do not see neither Clem nor Classic, so if either of those guys show up, we would look to maybe get in game with them, but I do not see them at the moment, so I will work on that and see if we can find an update very soon. Let me just double check some different servers and stuff. But yeah, Clem Classic around at 16 to start the day. Our 2025 champion coming in and looking to try and make a bit of a stir. What's up, Dominator? Thank you so much for the 62-month resub on the Prime. Grimcave for the 16-month resub on the Prime. Check your primes, guys. We've been offline for a week, so if you usually use your prime here, it may be that's fallen off in that time, and you may be able to reapply it and continue supporting WardiTV Mondays and the rest of the WardiTV 2026 series, which we have outlined the rest of the year for, by the way, as well. Quite exciting to get that kind of out and ready to go and all of that goodness. But basically, TLDR, we have the Summer Championship that will be starting. The Summer Championship's awkward because, like, the next month is kind of awkward, so it's going to, like, slowly happen over September. It might even have to end in October, because we also this month have the WardiTV 10-year anniversary event on September 21st to 27th. There's going to be the Last Chance Championship once the Summer Championship wraps up in October and November, and then we have the $10,000-ish. I say $10,000. I really hope we can get that. That is the goal. 2026 Championship that happens in December as well. Monday Cups every Monday, all part of the WardiTV 2026 series, of course. And again, you can support all of that by hitting that Prime button if you didn't already, subscribing, supporting, and everything else. Always appreciated. And yeah, I just realized as well I have to... Did I already edit this? No, I have to... Next Monday, we won't be here on a Monday, guys. I have to drive Helen to an appointment, so we will not be here next Monday. We'll be here on Sunday for the Monday Cup instead. That's always a classic, isn't it? So yes, the Monday Cup will be moved to a Sunday next week, just to be letting you guys know what the dealio is. Beautiful. How's everyone feeling? How's everyone doing? How's everyone's week been? I've not really been here. And I've been a bit too, but I haven't really kept up with anything either because I've been looking after Helen. She had surgery the other day, so we've been just doing that whole thing. And yeah, otherwise good to see you guys. Hope everyone is doing fantastic. New frames of my specs. Yeah, I got these ones. I think I got these ones like a month and a half ago. Wore them for like 2 weeks. I was like starting to get headaches and stuff. Put my other, I usually get 2 pairs of glasses at a time. Tried the other pair, realized like, holy shit, I can really see much better with these and they don't give me headaches. So I got these ones taken back. This was my preferred frame. But I got these ones taken back. And they were like, yeah, we just decided to change the centering on them. I was like, because? And they're like, I don't know. So, yeah, they just had my eye send over here or something. Freaking crazy. I just thought, I was like, I usually struggle when I get new glasses. I struggle along a little bit. But so, like, I was just, like, battling through, but I was like, no, something's not right, because the other pair's actually completely fine. So, yeah. They're new, but not new, but kind of new, I guess. When did I pick I guess I picked these back up. I guess I only streamed WardiTV Monday 100 of these. Since I got them back. Like I said, I wore them for a couple of weeks before. Oh. How's everyone doing? Hello. The only good thing about being back to work after vacation, WardiTV Mondays, decided to improve your performance at work after vacation, focus more on your projects, and finish your thesis. But on the other hand, WardiTV Monday is starting. Yeah, I'm a bane to productivity. What can I say? I'm a bane to productivity. Clem and Classic are going to start videoing, guys, so we're going to get into Clem Classic in just a few moments. So yeah, pretty feisty start of the day. Clem Classic's a bit of a banger, plain and simple. So we'll start off with this TVP. Let's look at the bracket while they video. They know that I want to be in, so we can safely pop on over here for a couple of moments and have a look through. Oh my god, I zoomed in and suddenly there's ads. Zoom in far enough, they disappear though. Alright, Solar is going to be the favorite top seed from last week, the winner of WardiTV Mondays 100. Hero versus Rex in the round of 16 match as well. Max Pax is likely going to play Shameless and will probably meet, well, Kira or Percival. Could be either or. Percival's been playing great lately, so that's a great section of the bracket. Shin is going to be a big favorite to move through, likely to play against Clem or Classic. That's the one we're going to watch. Rogue, unless he gets CVC'd by Minizerg, will be a pretty hefty favorite on this bottom side. Beyond will have to come through that first round match into Lambo, and then potentially through towards Rogue as well, unless upsets happen. Of course, upsets can take place. We just talk about the expectations.
It's championship weekend!
Wow.
Oh, that's a fun!
Oh, sorry, I forgot that I didn't. I forgot I pressed that thing. My bad, guys. My bad. All right, lobby is coming up. Classic and El Clemio. If you rearrange the letters of Clem, it's actually LCM. So I don't know what that really means, but you know. YouTube not on? Nope, YouTube's live. No, am I crazy? YouTube looks live to me. Were you not just talking to me there, Anka? You're writing in the chat, no? Are we crazy? You don't see anything on YouTube? Did it just die? I need to clap or something so I know if it's... No, it's definitely live because I can see me looking concerned. While he's like, why the hell are we clapping? You're there, but it says starting soon. I don't know, it looks good to me. Hang on. Let me, best way to check is on my phone usually. Oh, look at that, notification for WardiTV Mondays. Is this where it just bugs out and it's just gonna be shit? Is there? No, it looks like it's working. Nope, I'm definitely there. Definitely looks like it's good. It might just be on your side. Hey, Strutinov, thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Thank you so much. We got to get those Primes going. I know we've been away for a week, but we got to get them back. Let's get back to 500 subs, guys. It's time for us to bring the subs back. I've decided. I've had enough of seeing the sub count be so low. We're going to be positive. We're going to love the games. We're going to be hype. I don't know. We're going to do something. We're going to get this sub count back up because we can't sustain what we're doing at 500 subs. We've got to get back up. So we are going to be positive. And we're going to fight that so that we can have some more StarCraft, because I don't want to quit doing StarCraft. So we're going to make sure that we can fund StarCraft by, I don't know, I guess selling out in a positive manner. Like that, exactly like that. Psychons on the 64-monther. I don't know why. I always feel like 64-month resub should be like special. And it's like, it's not. It's like 5 years. I don't know. 64 seems like an important number, right? Obviously, it has a history. 64's number has some history. It's just, I always feel like, oh, wow, 64 was like, in terms of years or months, it's not actually that special, I guess. I don't know. It just feels like it should be more important than that. All right, guys, we've got a banger of a matchup to start off the day. In the top right-hand corner of the map, our red Protoss player is going to be Classic. He's not loved it since the patch has come around, and again, who has? He'll see what he can bring to the table here in a matchup which he has had some success in on this patch, though, which is the PvT, as he takes on, in the bottom left, the blue Terran player, Team Liquid's Clem. My last interaction with Clem, I was asking him about a couple of things. Yeah, we were talking about things. He was excited about the Zero Space Weekly, which starts next week. So he was excited about that when we were chatting. He was he made it pretty clear he's not been enjoying the 8-worker start StarCraft, and unfortunately we see him. He didn't play in the last few WardiTV Mondays, but he was playing some of the bigger events here and there and stuff. And he's been playing the Monday nights with the patches mod and stuff. So yeah, it has been kind of nice to see some different players succeeding in the WardiTV Mondays. But it's funny because I feel like while we saw a bunch of Zerg success, I do think some of that Zerg success would have been held back a bit if Clem had been participating. All of our top pros players were still playing. We still had Kira and Percival coming through. Percival made it finals in this period as well. But I really feel like if you throw Clem into this mix, we have at least one less Zerg victory over the last few weeks, or at least one, maybe even a couple less ZVZ finals, So I think that's actually a pretty interesting little thing. Banger of a match to start the day. Classic vs. Clem does not get much better than that. Again, hello everyone. If you're watching on the YouTube, basically the viewership is already crazy on the YouTube, so hello. Hit that like and subscribe. We've not been live for a week. My wife had surgery, so I've been busy sorting all of that sort of stuff out and looking after her. And just as a preface as well, if you do randomly hear me go quiet, today or over the next week or so probably still, I might just have to nip off to sort something out or help her out or something, and stuff like that. So if I just nip off, or if I'm, say BRB and I'm like, you're like, oh, what, he's like gone for like 5 minutes. I'm not pooping. I'm actually just probably helping the wife. It's a great excuse so I can poop without you guys accusing me of it midstream. Not that this really ever happens, but every now and then you get that jokester. He's like, Wardy's been gone for like 94 seconds. You know what that means, guys. There's only one possible thing. Yeah. All right. You know what it is? Today's going to be a day where it's going to be like word vomit, because I've not casted in a week, and usually when I don't cast in a week, I can't help but let words come out my mouth. Now, you might think that's really, really good when you're casting, but in this case, it's a bit funky because, actually, when you cast, you actually want to have control of what you're saying, whereas word vomit, usually words just kind of spew out and you just talk shit. I think that's what today is going to be a little bit of, because it's just one of those days where I've not cast in a while, the words are ready to flow. Not all of it's going to make sense, but that's okay. We'll have fun with it. We'll have a good time. So yeah, forgive me if I have to AFK, and forgive me if I start talking doodles that don't really make sense, and you guys are like, why the hell is Wardy being so active? Why is he being so enthusiastic, but not necessarily about talking about the StarCraft, basically? There's Mandrake 8000, thank you so much for the 3-year resub, 36 months, bang bang, how about that? On the tier 2 as well, damn, one of those tier 2 subs coming in. Thanks so much, as Classic is going to interrupt your sub shout-out with this continued aggression. Man does not know how to calm down. This was good from Clem. He turned onto the Adept. He maybe could have done that sooner to remove the high ground vision a bit more easily. Although I guess if he kills the Adept, I still think killing the Adept faster and forcing the Stalkers closer to you is probably good, unless maybe he didn't want the Stalkers to get that close, because then they're in range of the bunker. Couple of things to look at there. Also, thank you so much, Disrupt, or thank you for the Prime sub as well. It is raining Primes here today. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for priming us up and helping support the stream, the Mondays, the WardiTV 2026 series, as we look to continue bringing you guys the most competitive StarCraft 2 in existence. Yeah, every Monday and a lot of other days as well, as we Just have ourselves a refinery coming down. Stem in the combat shield will build. The factory is halfway done. Drunk Wardy, best Wardy. I mean, you guys have not even ever heard me commentate drunk. Well, that's not a lie. Sometimes Reddit thinks I'm casting Drunk at Home Story Cup. Oh my god. Wardy laughed? He must be wasted. I've never seen Wardy with so much enthusiasm before. He must be so drunk. It's like, yeah, guys, I drank like a 3% alcohol beer or something, alcohol pop beer thing. It's not even real alcohol. Ay. Apparently that's all either that's all it takes, or people just can't believe it that I'm sometimes happy. Stalkers are ready to maybe poppity pop up to the high ground or so. Observer moving back around the other way. Taking a couple of moments and just thinking about what they would like to do here in the next couple of moments. So, obviously would like to apply some pressure. Impact on the combat shield coming up, bringing that about. Just going to poke up this ramp. A couple of Marauders are going to be right there. And this is going to be pretty well defended for Clem. He's fine for now. RoboBay coming up from Classic and the extra gates as well. So he's going to be on a big follow-up here in the very near future as we get this continuing very shortly. What's up, Kalaris? Yeah, September 1st is going to be the first one. So a week tomorrow. Helen had surgeries, so I didn't want to commit to anything this week. Like, WardiTV Mondays this week doesn't matter, because it's like, worst case, it's like, if I couldn't be here, I couldn't be here. It's like, you know, you guys will be like, where's Wardy? It's like, well, you know, the show can go on without me. So I didn't want to do that for, like, a brand new Zero Space weekly thing that the devs are funding. Like, that would kind of suck. So, just being safe and starting it next week, and give us some time to get things set up as well. You guys know it's, we have to make some rules. It's been a while since I've had to make a rule set, by the way. Like, I was a little bit off topic, but I think I've used the same copy-paste rules and information for, like, any open tournament in StarCraft 2 for probably 6+ years. I think some of it probably goes back. Like, you could probably click on, like, a tournament of mine from, like, 2016 and find a very similar layout / copy-paste of the rules, to be honest. I mean, you say lazy, or I just did a really good job the first time out. Probably the second one. Probably could have done with an update I learned when trying to copy-paste them into Zero Space, so whoops. As Classic is spamming those gateways, guys. He is trying to get out as many units as he can as quickly as possible. Excellent Thermal Lance is coming online. Just going to be seeing that Colossus popping through, and Clem is making a bit of a dart through the center of the map. So this Bio Army and the Medivacs continuing to step over a bit to the right. There is a counterattack on the map as well, going toward the third base of Clem here at the moment, as Clem is just going to step into this. Otherwise, we'll begin to burrow up. One of them goes off, but only on a single zealot. Otherwise, that was a denial, so that was actually pretty reasonable here. As you are going to see on the other side, the zealots run through. Clem already pulled the SCVs off the third base. He has not lost any workers during this. And we do have Game Hard on, so we would see them popping up to the side if that had been the case, but this is a good defense from Clem. Doesn't overcommit on the other side. Lost a couple of mines, sure, but he's moving into Vikings now anyways against those Colossus. Deals with the Zealot counterattack without losing SCVs. Some mining time lost. That's unavoidable pretty much in that scenario. This really was kind of best case scenario for Clem, because you know Classic wants to get at least like 10 workers. But he doesn't want at least 10 workers, but man, there's so many scenarios where you run those Zealots in the Terran, just messes the defense up while trying to poke across the map. And then just is a cacophony of disaster where, you know, first you poke in too hard because you're suddenly worried about the Zealots and you don't really pay attention to your main army, or you pay a lot of attention to that main army and you don't pull it back, or you put it in or whatever, but then the Zealots run rampant. This was Clem balancing that defense and offense very nicely to just disengage, deal with the Zealots well. Classic is going to poke. I mean, the Viking count has just grown up to 4, and it's going to double up to 8 very shortly. But right now we've got 3 Colossus, and they're going to be laser beaming away, and for the moment it's going to be very tough to touch them. We get a few SCVs out of this as well, so Classic getting some good early damage dealt for the moment. There's extra Vikings still coming through, +2 attack and +1 armor, both continuing in as well. The Stalker's still trying to step up, a couple more shots coming out. 8 SCVs have fallen, and we'll see. Zealot Stalker Colossus Force continue to make a little bit of a shove toward the other side, still poking, still holding position. And Classic can try and get the Prism in the main base. It's going to be the Vikings to find that, though. That's a good move from Clem. Everything's super clumped up here. He's a little afraid of the Vikings, otherwise he probably could have stepped into that massive stack of bio units and just said yes, please, and thank you, and laser beamed all night long. As it stands, Classic step back a little bit, still not overly confident, is harassing this third base to a point where it's not able to confidently and comfortably mine. The Disruptor Shot will just find a little clip right on the edge of that army as well. It just finds a little bit extra. Nothing super crazy, obviously, after the couple of Colossus, oh, I guess a couple, 3 Colossus, let's be exact. He's now down to a couple. So, well, they're just getting massacred. I was about to talk about the movement to Disruptors and how that's great and all, but this is just horrible for Classic. He does get 21 SCV. Zealots on the counterattack do some work, but man, the army fight was horrible for him. However, if he does serious economic damage and makes this a scrappy game where it comes down to gateway units and disruptors, economic damage like this allows you to then go into that kind of a game or that kind of a scenario. If he keeps the 4th base from mining too much as well, there's a lot of good you can find here. Is actually Classic with the Vikings kind of dead weight now. He's going to step forward again, has the Zealot that get in front. With the Zealots in front, there's not a lot of damage output on these units. +2 attack for Classic as well, on his way to 3-2 upgrades. No +2 upgrades for Clem attack or armor. So he is lacking a little bit on the upgrade side of things. Disruptors are going to hit beautifully as well. Clem can't even find the split in time to handle this. Another Disruptor Shot going to fly a little short of the mark. That Bio Army just not quite getting hit. And this Bio Viking force will continue to push through once again. Stalk still gathering up. We reposition once more. Just take a couple of moments and continue to push through. A bunch more Zealots warping in over to the side. Self-charged up bunker in some trouble, and we will see. I think the repair should be fine, but it's still more SCVs going down. Major army from Clem across the map. Classic will give up this base. Does not have a ton of bases. I mean, this is one of those scenarios where if, like, Clem kills a couple of bases and just backs off, he could reset to 4 bases pretty quickly against Classic's 3, but there's almost always going to be a Classic counterattack at some stage of that, I suppose, is probably the issue that we're truly seeing come of this, so I guess that is a factor. Bio trying to come back in once again. The couple of Colossus will try and hang tight. The Viking count is good, but you can do work with these Colossus. You just have to be very good at zoning the Vikings. I mean, to be fair, okay, maybe in this case there's just too many of them because this is pretty good. Like, the Vikings just stepped forward and the Stalkers just stood there shooting at them, and the Vikings were like, we don't care, we're just going to step in and kill those Colossus off. So they did not mind in the slightest. +3 and +2 continues to come out. The +2 attack upgrade coming about as well. Classic supply is looking good here. Obviously, just all of that economic damage building up over time. Yes, he lost a base along the way, but he's going to recover from that. He still had the 12 o'clock up as well. While he didn't explode in bases, he still had the additional base. He had that 5th base active. And Clem denying 1 base in the grand scheme of things while losing so many SCVs. It's just not been enough to start truly turning this game around at all. +3 attack, finishing on that forge. We are going to be seeing a couple of Marines still coming through. Getting the Nexus for a few moments. Finding some extra bits of damage. Zealot, Stalker, and Disruptors coming back about. We do see the +3 armor on the way. I mean, Clem is just on an upgrade nightmare. Down 2-1 set of upgrades is horrific. I mean, that doesn't matter too much for Disruptors. It matters very much so for all these gateway units that are going to capitalize on the fact that the Terran is already losing damage time by having to back away from the Disruptors again and again and again and again. The Disruptors are good, and Classic is going to take an opening game. Why did the game mute when the GG screen came up? That's weird. A little strange. The game went quiet, no? When the score screen came up and it didn't make the score screen sound. Yeah. Classic with the pretty dominant game 1. I mean, Clem had some good moments where he held things off, but overall Classic bounced back from those, and he had one fight, like when he lost those first Colossus, I was concerned, but it was actually kind of okay in the end. Sanctuary going to be a map 2. We can actually get in here. I don't know why it started bugging out every time we try and join lobbies. It takes a couple moments nowadays. Ay. Difficulties of StarCraft, guys. Alright, get ready to go. We'll kick off into game number 2. Got this ready to rumble. Hero 2 over Rex already into the next round. Percival gets his matchup against Q-ish and will be playing Han Mono. Mr. Robot in the YouTube chat. Senior replays against Han Mono. Think you could have held him? No. Oh, that's sad. Next time. Get him next time. That's the motto here. Just get him next time. Live, learn, improve, go again. Thank you, Wardy, for the GGs for the fan. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all as well. I know it's been not streaming as a streamer is always scary, right? You know, there's always this thing about taking a break as a streamer is like really like it's scary, but it's always nice. It's been away a full week and come back. We got the 500 views on Twitch, got 150 on YouTube. It's the first game of the day. I know we got good plays, but I appreciate you guys showing up for it. Thank you so much. As we get into game number 2 here with Classic in the upper right and Clem in the lower left. Kicking off the second map of this series, Classic obviously leading 1-0. But not so obvious if you didn't see the first game. I can say Clem, he's been playing some 12 worker StarCraft, but not all the 12 worker. Some 8 worker StarCraft, but not all of it. He's been playing pretty regularly in some of the patches events. Not as regularly. I mean, like I said, this is his first Monday Cup in quite a few weeks, so yeah, maybe just saw the opportunity to take a break and not be worried about his #1 Monday title slipping away from him. He's like, if all the people chasing me down at Protoss, I mean, my title, my streak, my #1 spot is safe. Leave it in the hands of the Zergs for a few weeks to keep them Protoss away from catching me. Yeah, he's coming back a little bit as we get ourselves into this game too. Nexus goes down, Cybercore coming up. Orbital Command, Reaper, Factory continue to come through. Just gonna have that Nexus still on the way as well. We get ourselves started. Just a few moments. Reaper hops down, going out on the map. A couple of moments there, so again moving across. Captain Wolfgate, keep on building through. The Reaper and the Factory and the SCV coming about as well. And yeah, we get ourselves a good little combination of things. Just coming online for a moment or two. Getting everything set up. And seeing where we're going to take things. Oh, wouldn't mind popping out again. The 2 Reapers already coming across the map as well. It's just sending those out to the other side. Away they go. And we are going to see them meeting the Adept out over here. So this Adept already going to take some damage. A few shots coming through initially. Go back and forth for a few moments. And yeah, Twilight Council, a couple of probes, the Stalk and the Warp Gate all continue to be added on as well for the moment. Peaceful beginnings here for game 2. Obviously, the 2 Reapers would like to cause some chaos, and they find a probe moving between the expansions, so I was able to get in there, get a kill. First probe kill of the game goes to Clem. First work kill of the game. I mean, it would have been weird if the first probe kill of the game went to Classic. That would have been... That's actually a very easy kind of title to take in a game of PvT when you're the Protoss. You just right-click your own worker, it's like, haha, first probe kill! I wonder what would happen, right? Okay, theoretical for a moment here. What would happen? There used to be way back when, you used to be able to, on some of the betting websites when they did live betting, you used to be able to bet on who would get the first worker kill of the game, right? Or draw first blood, I guess. It's like, if you kill your own probe, do you draw first blood? Do they draw first blood? Is it just nullified? The bet probably gets cancelled because it looks like match fixing, but what if it like genuinely is just like a misclick that draws first blood or something? Whose side does that actually... I mean, obviously it can't go to the guy that team kills his own unit, but would it count on the other side? Well, they're glad they never had to figure that one out. We have a bunch of Widowmines that we're actually going to Adept Shade trick away quite nicely just there, so that's a very good job. Widowmine there is very good onto the Stalker as well, gets a kill. That's going to be another nice Widowmine. Man, after the really nice Adept Shade trick, we've really kind of been lackluster on the follow-up, unfortunately, by Classic. This started so beautifully, and it has gone so badly over the last few moments, so not quite as great of a follow-up as it initially seemed like we might have been getting there from the initial setup. I can say a little unfortunate, but sometimes it just be like that. Never mind. Coming across the map with this medevac. Things still coming through. And again, siege tank, couple of marinis building up as well. The barracks and the refinery coming into place. Stalker's just going to be able to zone there. This medevac gets turned back the other direction. So again, gets pushed out of here pretty quickly. And keep that hanging around. And again, the charge coming up, the robotics bay on the way through. Continue to bring that into play for a couple moments. Get a lot of that ready. So yeah, Nexus robot bay all continues to come around. From Classic, very similar to before, right? Blink into the Colossus, take some map control, not too much of it, just a little bit. And get those Colossus up and really let your game revolve around those. Not a super crazy concept or idea, but a very solid concept, if nothing else. And so we are going to see Clem trying to push forward early. He's obviously had quite a few pro kills this game. He's now killed 8 in total. As the medevac retreats back around in this direction, is going to relocate a little bit. Woodermine's going to burrow up, just going to be seeing the rest of this Marine tank force coming through as well. We are going to see those Stalkers. Need to be careful because Clem has set the mines up as a trap on those Stalkers if they try and retreat there. So, oh, he's going to blink straight into it as well. You can't do anything about that. That is going to be beautiful play from Clem. What a trap. Sets it up with the medevac, gets the unload, and those mines kill a couple of extra Stalkers. So, this is bad for Classic. He does not really have the numbers I think he needs to truly survive through this. He's going to give it a go. An extra tank sieging up from Clem. I mean, time is your friend as Classic. You're going to have charge, which is nice as well very soon. Clem is unsieged with one of the tanks also as this fight begins, so... Oh, that Widowmine. Okay, he actually has a blink away for the Widowmine, which is something, but then if you use your blink like that already, now the bio is going to get in reach of you. It looks as though Clem is just going to make this time and hit hard for a Game 2 victory. And Clem looks as though he will be able to push himself up into a 1-on-1 position. This round of 16 match will stay competitive as Clem and Classic go back and forth across a couple of games. And we will get to a Game 3 here in a few moments' time. Not really much else to say in terms of where the bracket is at. Not really too much else happening, guys. Everything looking pretty normal still for the moment on that bracket. So we'll just jump into our Game 3 and continue through. At Eternity's Edge, we'll decide our series. This ready to start up. And yeah, Clem just killer mode. Love the mine play as well, just again smart. Knew he was chasing those Stalkers, knew he had a chance to maybe trap them. That's just something Classic's not thinking of. He's thinking those mines are ready to come back in toward the main base or so still, right? So not only does he get punished by the mines repositioning like he does, but he's still defending the mines in the main, which takes even more army out of position from where he needed it. Everything about it was just spot on from Clem as we get ourselves readied up for Game number 3. Deciding map, Classic and Clem. Brutal first round again, in case you're wondering why do these guys have to play first round. The seeding we do in the WardiTV Mondays, because it's a weekly event, we like to keep it fresh, is we only seed the top 4 players from the previous Monday. So if you get top 4 the week before, you get a little advantage because you get to avoid the other top 4 from the last week until, you know, at least the semifinals, which is genuinely a benefit. This is a good thing. This is, you know, nothing to be scoffed at. And then beyond that, the seeding is randomized, with pros being dragged toward the top and non-pros dragged towards the bottom, but the seeding within the pros is set by randomization. So, you know, we seeded the top 4 today, all top 4 signed up. That was Solar, Shin, Max, Pax, and Rogue. They got the top 4 seeds. And then everyone else is just randomized. Well, like, these guys get crazy bad seeds either. Like, Clem is seed 7, Classic is seed 10. You know, there's, you know, yeah, you might say Clem should be seed, you know, 1 in general, you could say maybe even, but like, yeah, like that's how it works. And this is why it's fun, because it gives us some good matches early sometimes, so we don't just have the first round being this walkover match where a pro plays a nobody and it's like the only thing we can really watch. Chat, not to hate on the nobodies, but appreciate you guys playing. You guys are very welcome to play. But obviously that is oftentimes what you have to cast in these open cups. But that happens less, and we get more times, or more often than not, a good match round 1. And it just gives a bit of variety, you know? It's not like Clem and Classic get the toughest match every single week, first round or something. It's, like I say, it is randomized, so... So Bellium, thank you so much for the 39-month resub. Keep them coming, guys. Let's push that sub count back towards the 500 at least. Like I say, I'm determined to get this sub count up. We are here to make StarCraft, and we are going to make StarCraft with your support. I don't know. I'm just feeling it. I'm just coming back, and I feel like the passion is there to make sure the sub count is not low. SCV. I'm just gonna come over, chase the probe. Nexus goes down. Engineering bay block is good as well. For a couple moments. 3 days until you get an auto reunion sub. Exciting. I look forward to being here in 3 days' time to celebrate that with you. If you are gonna auto renew it. I mean, you still have time to cancel if you don't like it. Make StarCraft great again. Yes, but like unironically. Like, just like, well, not even making StarCraft great again, just making Wardy stream great again, I guess. I don't know. Just making Wardy. Okay, how about this? Making Wardy. I've got a great slogan. First of all, thank you, Bendy Tosh, for the 5-month resub on the Prime as well. Making Wardy's stream financially viable again. MWS FVA. Say it with me, guys. MWS FVA. Yes. It's a new slogan. Love it. Reaper coming around to see a bit of what's going on as we put on a little bit of pressure. Twilight Council coming through. I'm just going to be having the Stalker and the Warp Gate continue to come up. It's got a ring to it. I mean, you think it doesn't until you hear it out loud, right? You know, you say it letter by letter, it sounds a bit dumb, but when you're like, Musfava, then it sounds mint. You telling me you don't want to go around yelling Musfava at people? Musfava? I can't even say it properly myself. Maybe the F is silent. Musfava. Musfava. It sounds like I'm challenging someone to a fight in a language I don't know. Musfava. Rolls off the tongue. Yes. Yeah. Here's the thing, guys. This is more memorable than the alternatives. You know, this is going to be memorable through its lack of appeal. It's probably a horrible insult. Oh, I'm going to get my first ever Twitch ban because I tried to sell out in some dumb way, aren't I? So you can see the few Marines is coming over to the left-hand side in that medevac. Some pressure on. Guys, I just have to double-check an admin thing quickly, so give me a sec to be distracted. As the Marines unload and will put some pressure on, so we're going to get some work done over there for a couple of moments. Couple extra gateways coming about. Just going to see that Warp Prism, that Blink, all continue to come into place. I'm just going to see those couple extra gateways continue to come through. Two more Marines in the siege tank. We'll continue to build out. Oh, a few more moments there. So, again, siege tank the Marines building. And barracks coming by. Just going to be seeing the SCVs and company coming up as well. Bringing a lot of this up and into place. See, the Stalker's going to start poking onto the bunker. I mean, this is a lot of Stalkers as well, guys. This is off of 4 gateways, so a little bit higher pressure here. Now, we have a very safe tank on the high ground, and we have a pretty safe tank in the back of the natural as well. So far, we're holding these Stalkers off, despite the loss of the bunker. The rest of this is still seeming fairly reasonable for a moment or two. Again, bio, tank, stim pack, all building out here. We take a couple of moments, bring that online. The Stalker's going to poke at the front. in this bunker for a couple of moments there as well. Is this enough? The tank is actually surviving. That's not a good sign. The tank living. What a great SCV repair. Just about had enough on it to keep it alive. And Classic losing out big time here with a late third base. Unfortunately for Clem, he was probably meant to lose the Raven there, but he's actually going to be fortunate in the end. There's unfortunate and then fortunate moments later. A couple more warp-ins still coming through. Continue to bring that into position. So obviously, I mean, Classic is still going to be here trying to be aggressive. 4 more gates behind it. Robobear coming online. Seeing the charge coming up. The Prism is going to step forward. And look for a bit of an unload. We got obviously blinking as well, but I think there's enough here. And you got Stim now as well. So Clem is more powered up than he has been prior. Prism zoned back. Just gonna have ourselves the Stalker still gathering. Take a few moments. Prism looking to try and unload in toward the main base. Trying to see what we can do here. Tank shots are good to hit the Stalkers back the other way. Yeah, I mean, Clem's already really defending, and Classic knows it as well. That's why Classic is teching up. Clem's in a good position. The economy is good for him. You know, equal workers on both sides. You're going to love that as a Terran, as you have mules in your favor, right? So Clem's going to be liking where he's at. And he's starting to move forward, and this is also a scary moment for the Protoss. Colossus don't have range. The Colossus count is actually quite low right now. It's only at 1. So you're at the kind of weakest point as Protoss, where your tech is invested into, but it's not really here just yet. So this is definitely not the time you like to be attacked by the Terran. Have the Prism actually might get caught here. The Marines, they actually saw it. They could have had it. I think we have Clem had been watching just a little bit sharper. He probably could have seen things there and made something come of this one. So see the Colossus, the Stalkers coming back through. A couple of shots coming out. Vikings, Marauders and company coming along as well. A lot of units down this left-hand side. Classic's army is pretty sizable still. Just going to be stepping through. Just going to see a little bit of this bio ready to fight. A couple of Zealots coming back over as well. Prism gathering. Just going to be seeing a few probes. The +1 attack upgrade still continuing through. Nexus, the extra workers continue to come about again. Viking, Marine, Marauder, all continuing to be building at the moment. Just going to see the Prism with another few warpins already coming into place. Clem has a little counterattack. I mean, Classic, his army looks scary, but obviously, like, you know, in comparison to Clem's army supply, it's not. Clem with the counterattack denying the 4th is really nice. It just keeps that Protoss economy in check. You don't let this get out of reach or anything as well, so that's great. Marine's just going to unload in the corner. That pylon is going to get picked away at, so we're just going to see that going down. Just going to see that getting caught there. Deep play cleanup. Now the Bio going to try and fight again. Bio Army going to stim a few of those Zealots, taking some damage. A few more shots coming through. Just going to see this Bio Army still going out the other side and just going to chase. I mean, the Vikings going to be hot on the tails of those Colossus as well. You know they'd love to get over there and to pick those off. There's Clem. The thing for Clem is you also don't want to go rushing into anything right now because you should be okay kind of long term in this scenario as Clem. because your position has been good, your upgrades are good. I would like to see him against 2-2, and he does start it now, although I gotta say he started armor first for a second, but he fixes it. Fire will fight a couple more of these. Oh, it's gonna get shot at. Disruptor shot landing as well. More bio units. Actually gonna the disruptor, sorry, the camera didn't quite want to follow that. That's because I'm on Rex instead of Inu. Sorry Rex, you've been downgraded. Yeah. No disruptor shot. Clem still maxed out. Has another few units running in again. The lateness of this economy from Classic coming online, I mean, again, just the economy right now, 57 probes is not good. That's obviously after you just lost 9, but even before that, this is not like the 70 to 80 super comfortable worker count you want to be at as a Protoss player in PvT. You know, against an army of the Terran that's getting better and more efficient against you, you can't really make that work. Yeah, okay, if you get some really good disruptor shots again and again, maybe you can. It's a disruptor shot in the back, I'm not even sure what it landed on. As the Vikings decimate the Colossus, they stand no chance. The Stalkers can't do anything about it. Clem has to respect the Stalkers and the Zealots a little bit, just because he's quite heavy on Vikings, so he's maybe lacking a little bit on the army supply otherwise. That's 2+2. Continue to come around again, just try and continue into this. As you see this, Stalker's actually going to blink through. Medevac goes down already. A couple of these other units going to get caught. So that's a nice catch. Classic getting rid of something from Clem. I mean, Classic needs some goodness in these scenarios, plain and simple right now. So he needs some, some of these things to kind of go his way. I've got the 2-2 upgrades coming up on both sides of this, so continue to bring that over. Fire will chase. That disruptor is going to be going down. That disruptor gets hunted. A few more Stalkers pulling back over as well for a couple moments. And this Bio army still on the hunt. Onto a few more of these units as well. Disruptor shot coming by. A few more shots coming out for the moment. As can be seen, the Prism speed coming up, the +3/+2 upgrades as well. I mean, Classic's going to retake an upgrade lead with those coming through. And Senna pulling back over. A couple of disruptor shots coming in. Bio's going to try and split away from this. I mean, the problem is if you lose this fight right now, as Classic, you're going to lose all of your disruptors. Because they're so close to the front of this fight. Clem's got a counterattack as well, -12 probes once more. Classic just can't quite afford enough stuff pretty much at any point of this is the continuing issue that we're having. Bio still chasing, a few more Stalkers going down again. And we should do deny Nexus as well. We're even going to kill a couple of Disruptors over here. The Disruptor that fight from the south side didn't reach, it didn't get close enough. The empty Medevac's the one that's killed as well. And there's just Classic running out of steam here in this game 3. Although, I say running out of steam, like he was kind of running on fumes for a little while already. Like he was not in a great position from the early game. He committed to that big Stalker attack and he got into a somewhat playable position, like the numbers said you were allowed to play the game. The reality is that you're still not exactly in a great spot though, right? Like you're still not exactly where you need to be long term. And that's going to be kind of part of what kills you in the end, is that you just didn't quite manage for long enough to be... You were just never able to reset the economy back to what it needed to be. Like, you were in the game, and if you win a couple of good fights, then yes, you can turn the game around. But that didn't happen. Clem kept the game under control. He was the one that was poking the economy. He was the one denying the bases, making sure Classic did not get set back up, making sure all the fights continued to go in his favor. He had a disruptor shot here or there as well, but it just wasn't big enough to really be impactful in terms of swinging this game around as heavily as Classic needed it to. Classic did look a lot better today, though, than I feel like he's looked like in a little while, though. So maybe things starting to click for him a little bit in the patch. It's kind of crazy. It's so weird to still be talking about like a patch that came out like, months ago at this point, realistically. to still be like, oh, the guys are just getting used to it. Like at this level, this never really happens. And yeah, Classic is definitely someone who's taken a severe dip, a severe kind of walk off a cliff, honestly, in terms of where he's been at and what he's been able to play at since the patch came around. But I do feel like he's getting there. It's just not been a quick process. But not everything has to be quick, to be fair. Thanks so much, Mad Alien, for the 77-month resub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Clem waltzes into the next round of competition. He's going to play against... Most likely he plays against Shin. Shin and Honmono already playing. Let's have a look at the bracket and just show you guys what is currently going on. Bit of an upset. Silver BV beat Minizerg, which I'm actually surprised by. But yes, so we have Hero. He's waiting for Solar, or the Chinese player from the top section. That just started, by the way, so this is not ready anytime soon. Otherwise, I would have thought about maybe going into it. Max Pack Shameless is a fun little PvP to get the chance to battle Kua in the round of 8 today. Clem, as we just saw, advances over Classic. He goes into the quarterfinals to play most likely Shin, unless Honmono has some real good tricks up his sleeve. And then on the bottom, Rogue is going to be a pretty big favorite here. Like it's going to surprise Minizerg fell. And then Lambo playing Beyond is also a very cool round of 16, but I imagine that one started a little while ago now. So I think our goal is to probably hope that Shin and Honmono finish up, and if Shin and Honmono get finished up, we can probably jump into this round of 8. I think that's probably the closest to that. I mean, maybe the PvP finishes quickly too, and we get in up here. I think that's where we currently stand. In WardiTV Monday is 101. We're into the triple digits, guys. We're into the triple digits. Next goal, the quadruple digits. Only 900. Well, no, only 899 cups to go. Alright, I'm going to run some ads, guys, just to help us obviously keep ads from landing inside of your game. So, apologies in advance if you get hit by ads, but they do support the stream. They do support what we're doing here. It's greatly appreciated if you sit back and watch them. They are indeed helpful. They are a big part of the MWS FVA movement. Ploval, thank you so much as well for the 1 year resub on the Prime. I don't have a well, wait, what's this one? That was not the button I thought it was. I don't think any of these are the buttons I think they are anymore. Because, yeah. Seems to be something afoot for StarCraft 2. Yes, guys. Something is happening with StarCraft. It's not StarCraft 2, though. It's probably going to be the StarCraft shooter. Which is exciting for the StarCraft franchise. We might get some StarCraft merch. That would be cool. I'd buy a StarCraft t-shirt, even if it's not StarCraft 2 related at this point. All my StarCraft shirts freaking trash nowadays. They're so old and super heavily worn as well. Yeah. I know. I have so few hopes that BlizzCon, to be honest. I don't even know if I'm gonna watch it. Like, it's also like BlizzCon also always happens at a terrible time for us, right? I remember when like the World Championship was at BlizzCon, and you know, it used to always start so late. Plushies incoming. I'd take some plushies. Cool. It says Shin's been in game for 34 minutes. That's not impossible. Shin streaming today? No. I would have loved to see what that game looks like. Maybe the Shin match is not going to be the next one available if he's playing super long late games against Honmono. Remember that time you had to share with Overwatch? Oh yeah, the Arena Day? That was the last one, no? 2019? That was the last BlizzCon where they were just like, hey, all the entire tournaments in one day. It's like, you have 4 days the week before as well for group stage. But the most important part, the playoffs, you have 10 hours. Go. What's up, Fantasy TY fanboy? Thank you so much for the 66-month resub as well. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting today. Sub for 5 years. 5.5, man. Crazy. 5.5 freaking half. On the way to 6. On the way to 6. Actually crazy business. Kalaris, when are you going to be voicing a new antagonist in StarCraft 2? Remastered or something? They should do StarCraft 2 remastered and just rotate us back to 6 worker start, but we get Kalaris voicing all of the units instead. Blizzard's forgotten you exist. That's because you... The problem is you got double deleted from Blizzard because you were involved with Heroes and StarCraft, so they deleted you from their mind with Heroes, and then they did the same with StarCraft, so you're just double deleted. Even if you like have a resurgence, you'd have to like double up to even be on like the state of existence for Blizzard at this point. Crazy. You pitched to host the WoW stage this BlizzCon? Oh, that would have been cool. That would have actually been kind of cool now. Surprised Roddy didn't have a voice pack. Didn't really talk about that. I think he wasn't like super eager to do it and something. They asked him and he was like putting it off, but he put it off so much that then no one existed to actually do it anymore, I think. This one to you voice pack wise as well, yeah. Was it Nate as well? Nate was saying how like he actually got bought out of all future purchases from his voice pack as well. They were like, Blizzard didn't like the fact there was an ongoing like contractual agreement or something. So they were like, hey, can we pay you like some I was gonna say very small amount to like basically buy you out of the contract. But like the very small amount was way more than what the voice pack actually generates. It was not really a small amount, but it kind of is when you think it a little bit, I guess. So yeah. Have I seen the last Pigsty? No, mate. I've not watched any StarCraft for a week. I've been busy. I haven't watched any StarCraft. I honestly, unless it's like a big tournament, I tend not to watch StarCraft 2 because what usually happens is like I would generally try and cast it. If it's really good games, I would generally rather cast it on stream and make some content out of it while watching it. From the replays if I can get them. So that's why I don't typically watch most things. I turn stuff on here and there, but I don't go out of my way to watch stuff because I already watch a lot of StarCraft. So when it comes to stepping away, the last thing I'm doing is whacking Twitch on and watch more or to catch up. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of big events to keep up with nowadays, I guess. What's up, Halamir? Thank you so much for the 3-year resub on the Prime. But yeah, it's kind of weird because, like, if I do watch, like, a really good game, it's really difficult because then, like, it would be better for me to, it would be better for me to cast the replay on stream and upload a YouTube video, you know? Like it's really dumb, but like that's just genuinely how it is. Like it doesn't make sense for me to watch tournaments because then if someone's like, "Did you see this really good game?" I may as well cast it on stream instead and watch it like that. There's also here's a really weird thing that happens. Is a really weird thing is that because I guess because when I cast, usually when I watch StarCraft 2, I'm casting it, right? So usually watching StarCraft for me is a very active thing because I'm watching it and discussing it and talking about it, right? And I'm reading chat and stuff a bit as well, right? But like there's a lot going on when I watch StarCraft usually. So if I sit down with a stream to watch a game of StarCraft 2, I'm like, my brain, it's like it's too inactive for my brain. My brain's like, but like we're just gonna sit here and like my brain's restless. It's like I can't just sit here and watch the game, you know? Like what are we doing? So I've also kind of ruined watching StarCraft for myself because my brain doesn't like the idea of just sitting there and watching it because it thinks it should be doing more. So it's yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of strange. We are jumping into Shin Clem, guys. Thank you for the patience. We're obviously waiting for Shin to finish his match against Honmono. That did finish 2-0 in his favor. This is the first round of 8 ready today, so appreciate the patience with us. Like I say, it's not us slowing things down. We just had to wait for the players to be ready. We can't jump into a game that there's no players for, so we are here now with the second match of the day. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Zerg is going to be Shin. In the top left, our red Terran. Back to the WardiTV Mondays. It's going to be Clem. Shin, back-to-back finalists, won 2 weeks ago, lost in the finals last week. Let's see if he can make another good run. Going through Clem, someone he has beaten a little bit here and there on this patch. We'll see if he's able to pull out one of those wins in today's games in this quarterfinal matchup of WardiTV Mondays 101 on this beautiful August 24th of 2026. Don't know why I'm throwing the date in there, but we are. We'll just do that now. That's why Twitch chat gets restless and rowdy. Why? Because Twitch chat's usually so used to just chatting shit while watching StarCraft, they can't help but chat shit. That's what it is. It's been like bred into Twitch chat that they have to talk shit while they're watching the game. It's just like it just can't be helped. It's like don't blame them, guys. Don't blame Twitch chat. They were brought up like they've been conditioned to this. You've been conditioned to patch whining? Yeah, me too. But let's see, I've broken out of my whining nature because I haven't StarCrafted in a week. So now it's like, you know, all the whininess we've had for the past month or two, it's just gone. So now we just enjoy the game. Hashtag MWS FVA. It's all part of the process. We are on that pull first from Shin. We'll see if anything comes of it. He's got pretty quick gas as well, so potential to be aggressive. Well, we'll see what Shin wants to do here in the next few moments. Figure out what the plan will be. As I just see, the Reaper is going to be coming about. And yeah, the Queen, the Drone, and the Overlord coming up as well. Hatchery's about halfway done. Let me just settle ourselves in here for a few moments. SCV, I'm gonna go and pull back home. I'm just scouting. Obviously, Clem getting to see that this is a bit of a later hatchery and so on, right? So just getting that information. He is going to know the dangers of that, and so maybe he'll play a bit safer. Fast link speed and stuff has actually probably never been better, right? Because we are seeing so many Terran builds not really include the Hellions. Like a lot of the time, if you go fast link speed, a couple of well-positioned defensive Hellions do a lot for you. Nowadays, with the Hellions being way less kind of a part of the matchup, you can get a bit more out of just having fast link speed. I mean, in this case, I don't think we're going to do much with it, but it means your links can maybe stay on the map and actually keep an eye at the front, whereas before they would have just got pushed back by the Hellions, and you just kind of can't really stay, aggressively positioned, because, yeah, the Terran can't run the Hellions across the map, but you can't just sit in front of the Terran's base, because the Terran will move forward, get a couple shots off, pull back. So, yeah, we are going to see Carapace early as well here from Shin, so trying to utilize on that one. Commencing to building Carapace drones in the hatchery, continue through. Group spread continuing to come around as well. Just going to have the Reaper hopping back down to the low ground. Queen just going to be there, pushing that Reaper away. Turning that one out of here for the moment as the Reaper backs away from the couple of lings. The Hellion is going to be here to try and save us. Who's the Reaper? Kind of surprised we lost the Reaper, but it's not really too big of a deal at the same time either, so we're still all good. Couple Queens in production, Carapace upgrade coming through also. That Starboard going to swap over toward the Tech Lab. So it'll take a moment to build and move in toward that in the next few moments as well. Another Hellion still on the map, joining up with the other ones. And we have our numbers continuing to grow here for Clem as he tries to take some early control of this matchup. Just gonna say, keep you guys up to date on the rest of the bracket. Nothing else has changed just yet, but we'll let you guys know when we have other round of 8 matches setting up. Let you guys know who's likely playing and stuff, and keep you guys updated on all of that. But obviously, we're gonna focus on this Clem Shin section. Likely gonna be ready more or less to get into some round of 4 semi-final action after this as well. So obviously, we do cast both semi-finals every single Monday, apart from like 2 times where I was really tired. So yeah, just you got all that to look forward to. A lot of good players still left alive last week's winner. Sola is still in this. He will play hero in the next round if he's advancing. A few Zerglings will poke into this natural. This bunker is actually going to get a little surrounded. Hellions will poke forward. They get a drone. This bunker is going to go down pretty quickly as well. The Lings catching a couple of Marines. And the counterattack is just good. Obviously, all the Hellions across the map. Nothing really here to play defense, especially like 2 Marines in the bunker, and that bunker just dies. Kind of shows you everything you need to see. Problem is that these Lings commit, and was it worth it overall? I think yes. Getting up to 5 SCVs. It was very close to being a no on that question, because we were not far away from that. We were not far away from this only being like a couple of SCVs, but actually if you went down just before those Lings got cleaned up, that will help Shin to feel a bit better about the fact that this was probably okay overall and a little bit more worthwhile. I think it's going to come back in again. I don't love this. It pulls the Hellions back once again. We have some low HP SCVs from previously, so maybe there's an idea of what you could do there, but I think overall you can just see there wasn't really enough power behind it. There's a few more Marines already out now. The production's coming online from Clem, and it just wasn't that scary a number of Zerglings. It just didn't feel like too much of an open opportunity, really. It'll get shut down. Continue to move over. Evo Chamber coming up. Melee upgrade is still producing. Queen's just going to get there, just going to turn those Hellions away once again. Again, Hydrogen coming up, a hatchery coming through. Melee upgrade is over halfway done, plus 2 Carapace. Put into place also here. Marines on the tank coming forward. Just going to see that siege tank setting up. Clem with a bit more of a push. I mean, you're seeing right now, Shin has got himself. The Hydra's on the way out. Supply is a little bit trailing for him. It's one of those moments where it's just, was it worth all the lings? I really don't love that second set of lings that kind of just gave themselves up. Not like Clem did a lot with himself. He's only killed a couple drones in this game outside the harassing lings. Tank siege, just let's see how Shin deals with this. It's only going to be Ling Hydra. There's no Baneling Nest available yet, so it's just Ling Hydra. Try and deal with this, as we are going to be seeing the Marines stay stimming. Clem hasn't started his combat shield, so that's something he needs to do here sometime soon. Falls back, has the few Hellions in the background. They're obviously still very useful against Zerglings. They're not going to kill them all, but they are going to help to soften some of those lings up. He escaped with all the Marines. Good defense from Shin. He did have upgrades in his favor. That obviously helps to offset the supply differential being in Clem's favor, just that little tad as well. So I would say overall that Shin is pretty much feeling happy with his defense. It was scary coming in, but like I say, I think outside of the initial numbers, the upgrades were obviously a factor for Shin. He's already well on his way to 2-2, so he's going to have another kind of window in this game where the upgrades are going to be in his favor. Unfortunately for the Zerg, it's very difficult to take that window and to carry it through into 3-3 as well. Only, if a Terran gets an upgrade lead, you expect them to have it all game long until the Zerg finally catches up. For a Zerg having an upgrade lead, it usually does kind of slow down at 3-3 just because affording the Hive that quickly to kind of follow up on the 2-2 upgrades is very difficult to do. So that is one of the awkward parts of this. As the Marines and the Medivacs just going to stay poised and they're just going to put some pressure on towards this hatchery. Hatchery is going to take some damage. Missile upgrade, +2 melee. All of that continue to come by. The Baneling speed coming up as well. Marines unload again. The Ling Hydra still coming across. Just going to see the Medivacs loaded and pulling back over to the right side once again. Looking to come down toward the crew spread over the next few moments. Marines on the bottom just going to go after this hatchery. Load back up, just going to get back into those Medivacs. Again, +1 missiles coming through, the +2 melee upgrade coming over as well. And get Max here very shortly. Shin with a lot of stuff on the map. Creep spread starting to take a bit more of a vibe forwards, just get a bit more position at this point. And Bane's obviously counterattacking going to be huge. This hatch going to be under fire once more. How well can Clem deal with the other side of the map? The Hydra's here, I mean, too much going on. Hydra's can target fire those Medivacs. Clem does get the one Baneling that was close to his Marines. Otherwise, it's just thinking Hydra, -7 SCVs. All those units went down though. It feels unfortunate for Clem because I felt that felt definitely avoidable, I think it's fair to say. Missile upgrade about to complete very soon. Again, extra lings in the Hive. Continue to come around. Just going to be seeing 2-2 upgrades. The +1 vehicle weapons coming by as well. So a lot of Ling Hydra and up the top here. The tank's going to siege, the Marine's going to be ready to stim it up. Bane's coming in from the bottom side. Marine's going to stim back. It's going to be seeing this Hydra Bane trying to commit. A few units from the other side as well, but most of the Bane's going down. A few of them on the edges start to get there. It was actually okay for Clem. He's able to tank the few Banelings that arrived. It was only 2 or 3, and he survived with most of the Marines that got touched by them. And now as we chase, we are going to be able to get rid of a couple more Hydras as well. So that was very nearly disastrous for Clem. It was just about good enough. And in the end, it's actually pretty bad for Shin because a couple more Banes connect there. So many Marines go down. They were super clumped up. I think it felt like the dream scenario for Banelings. Just, like I say, it wasn't quite enough. Shin trying to capitalize and pushing forward now. I mean, these units were low HP for Clem, so opens a little bit of the door for the Zerg to come through. 3-3 coming in on both sides is a little bit leading for Shin at the moment, so continue to bring that up for a little while. Tank Medevac is going to move back across. TC is going to land in a moment. The extra barracks coming down. The Ghost Academy Command Center. All this continue to come about here. Just going to get the circling again. Playing behind your Bane. Going to come for a run. Medevacs will load. Just back it up for a couple moments. Defense is just good from Clem. Hard for Shin to kind of come breaking through these positions. That's Clem. That's his 5th base up and online, so Clemson coming online here. He's already on 5 orbitals. Notice he has that base being a planetary. He's got 2 more CCs already. Another one's building, so there are just a ton of bases coming up from Clem. Like, this is the point where you reach that kind of, you know, ability to just sit back on a lot of bases. It's a big map, and playing slow on this map and just letting the economy come through on your base count is not a bad thing. He has to run away here, obviously dealing with the blinding clouds, which hit a pretty nice choke point, punishing the bio. What's funny is I feel like that abduct actually helps the Terran. Shin just abducted that siege tank in, and it only enabled Clem to get more shots off on the Zerg army. It did not hinder Clem in any way at all. The Vipers just got killed as well, down on the bottom side, so they just got picked off by the Marines. That's going to be extremely pricey. More Vipers coming through once again. Just going to be having the lunge finishing shortly. The Marauder's going to be hitting the Queen for a couple of moments. The Bane's going to run through, just going to try and aim at those Marines as well. And they all looking to try and pick this off. Lings, Banes continue to push forward here. The Hydra's still chasing. The Medevac's coming through on this. These Banes crash in. The Marines take some good damage. And this army of Clem has to lift up and try to retreat on out of here. As the Ling Bane continues to chase, and Clem's army is, again, having to pull back and just head home in full retreat mode, losing a lot of supply. Shin winning a big fight for himself there. That is just too much. Just like that, Shin's going to break it down and bring this game back in this event. Man, after Clem won some fights as well, resources lost is dead even, so the efficiency hasn't really been there for Clem. I mean, it's mostly just the fact that the last fight was lost so heavily. Wow. That was a rapid twist and an ending. I felt like Clem had some good control in this game, but just, again, lost a lot of control at certain points of it. Alright, we head into a next game here in a couple of moments. Game number 2 will be on Sanctuary. Load into this. Other matchups have come around, by the way, guys. Beyond 2-0 Lambo, Rogue 2-0 Silver. So Rogue against Beyond in the round of 8. Solar versus Hero also in the round of 8. Kira is waiting for Max Pax and Shameless, who are still participating in their PvP. So that round of 8 match is still waiting to go as well. As GG and Go is being called, and we're going to start heading into this game 2. Shin with the 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Bottom left-hand side, again, felt like he had some good wins in that last game. Felt like he had some good fights and some good moments, and then that one fight goes so badly wrong. Clem could not recover. He's the bottom left red Terran, while in the top right, the player with the 1-0 lead will be our blue Zerg player, Shin. Back-to-back finalist in the WardiTV Mondays, looking to make it 3 weeks in a row. Would not be done after this one, of course. Has the semi-finals after this, but would be on track. Overlord journeying out onto the map for a few moments. Take it easy here for a couple of seconds as you just have the Rex, the gas, the SCV, all of this coming through. Overlord just heading straight down to the bottom left-hand side. Hatch gas, spawning pool all on the way in. That's the easy the upper right hand side again. Hatch gas and pool coming up. Reaper commands into the SCV. Making its way along. Two more queens, two more zerglings. Building. Everything just peaceful, guys. Reaper is going to take the place of the SCV on the map. The command center is coming up. First few moments of build up. Going as planned for the moment. Hop in. Gonna chase the Reaper. And we will fight back a little bit. Sixlings to make sure that this Reaper is not going to be too much of a nuisance. Well, that is the hope at least. Just about pulling back out of there. Yeah, the CC continues to build up. The factory on its way by. Continue to bring a lot of this through over these next few moments. Link speed, Queen is going to come around. The Reaper is going to be there. Queen going to be in position as well. And the Zerglin speed still about halfway done. The couple drones still coming up. The Reaper just going to be hitting this hatchery. Up. Ling's in position, just going to hit that Reaper. Queen going to try and fight back the other way. Ling speed coming about, the carapace coming through. Extra drones just all coming into place. Hellions the Reaper coming by. Queen and the carapace upgrade producing through as well. Still got the Stimpak, still got the Hellions all coming about. And Reaper just going to poke on the hatch. Again, our early game looking pretty peaceful at the moment. Queen's coming about. Just gonna see the carapace upgrade coming up. Shouldn't again get that carapace upgrade early, similar to the last game. Let's see how the Hellions here once again from Clem. Talked about the lack of Hellions a bit in the start of the last one, but obviously he did go Hellions in the end. And playing Hellions again here, so Clem with a bit of a Hellion heavier setup. So we've seen so many Terrans, Bjorn especially, one of the big advocates for this like non-Hellion kind of playing TVZ. They are going to have the chance to get these Hellions poke forward. They get after a couple of Zerglings. The Queens are going to be there to turn things around. And the Vikings still just moving through. The middle, or top, is just obviously would love to poke for additional Overlord kills. We've already killed 3 Overlords this game. So it's a very successful Viking. And it's had a good time. Basically removes all of the map control that you might have gained from those Overlords as well. So pretty big win for Clem. That Viking has been great. Of course, it does eat it for a starport build time early. It's something that can only really kill Overlords. It's not going to provide you the mobility or utility of a medevac. It's not going to provide you the harassment on a worker line like Liberator would. So, and it comes at cost. And, the same with Banshees and map control Banshee provides you. So there's a cost to going for this Viking, but this one really has paid for itself. It's been a nice way to mix things up. Additional Lings and Banes all still coming out. He's going to be there, so going to get turned around, shut down pretty much immediately. 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield coming through as well. Continue to bring that about. And again, the melee upgrade and the Bane Nest continue to come into place. As the Lings and Banes to gather up, the Marines are going to come stimming forward. See the tank on the bottom side, just going to hit a few of those Lings. A couple of these Banes going to get hit. And it's going to be a defense from Shin pushing Clem back. Clem just evacuating with those medevacs. Hive starts from Shin. He's also already starting the 2-2. Clem starts his own +2 attack upgrade. We'll see if he can get his own armor upgrade to start soon as well to keep these upgrades pretty much level, and he will do so. Kick weapons still coming into play as the 2-2 upgrades will come about as well. Lings will run forward. A couple of Banes are going to run across as well. Nice drop play from Clem. Going to find a way to keep on applying the pressure here with these medevacs. And again, just keeping Shin busy. Not too busy to try and deal some damage though, as these Bane show up and a couple of SCVs get popped. Let me just load up once more. We pull back over. Just going to see the Ling Bane Festa continue to come through. Lings run up. You're going to have Marines. And then just load up. But you are keeping Shin busy. And Shin supply blocked as well, losing a lot of control of the map, losing a lot of his troop spread as well, so he's definitely taking a turn against him right here, as we are going to be seeing the medevacs are still keeping the pressure on right side and top side. Shin is slowly scraping himself together some tech that could help him out of this position though. Ultra Cavern, Adrenal Glands, right? He's getting a lot of things off the Hive that will eventually be a very big boon to him if he can just survive long enough to get them out in meaningful kind of numbers. And that's going to be the big question here soon. Ultra's coming up. Adrenal Glands, 2-2 upgrades. Kindness, continue to build. No CC, still just gathering, and a couple tanks will gather up. Still got green, Adrenal, 33, the Kindness, again, a lot of that being brought up at the moment. Just gonna see the Infestors join as well. I like the Infestors, a way to obviously always swing a game at a moment's notice, essentially. A couple of good fungals can do a lot for you as Clem. Oh, just manages to lift up in time there. That fungal was just about a hit, and it would have been pretty darn deadly onto that group of units. And that was a good group of units as well. That was 4 medevacs of load up, so that would have been real disastrous for Clem. The building, the medevacs will load. Just gonna see the couple orbitals and the ghosts coming up also here. Got the extra Banes, still got the extra Lings, all being brought online. Queens get them, those medevacs go back the other way again. Shin has a lot of creep in the middle of the map and is moving forward with this creep in the center as well. This army there ready to help. The middle of the map it is kind of weird with the slow zones. It means no one moving through or there on either side can be very heavily punished. This might get after a couple queens. What can this army do from Clem? Lift up and just leave again. Queen transfusions have been good to try and maintain losses to a minimum. And as the Ling Bane Ultra stepping through the command center of the orbitals, taking a bunch of damage. These Banes are going to keep crashing forward, hitting the Marauders now. Ultra stepping through as well. Like Orbital Shroud's help. I mean, Shin just instantly rebuilds out of it. 56 Lings immediately coming up as Clem sits a bit down in supply. The Ghosts on the way, the extra command centers and a siege tank being added on as well. Changelings being obliterated by some Marauder fire. Five more orbitals will still build through. A couple of siege tanks coming over as well. And again, spires, hatcheries continue to be added. A couple of Lings still producing. Lings stepping over, the medevacs pull back. So a bunch of Banes are going to come through. Those Marauders are going to put some work onto this hatchery now as well. And step in, the Marauders take some damage. The medevac just loads up and pulls us out of here. Take a few moments to reposition away from there. $15 Banelings producing through at the moment. And then there's a +1 missile attack coming up. A Great Spires on the way. A couple of Marauders to put some work in toward those drones. The Ultra, the Banes coming across. We do cancel a hatchery over to the left-hand side. Scary part right now for Clem is like Shin is mining from a base that's so close to him. It just sets the precedent for the rest of this game where it's like Shin has got so much control. Grey Spire coming up as well, so they make a bit of a Broodlord attempt at some point. That or you're just getting it ready for later. Like, it doesn't have to be right now. Just having it there prepared for a later stage is not necessarily going to be a bad thing, right? Well, Spine's getting hit, the Ultra's stepping through. The Banes and the Infestors continue to come across. Alright, we'll jump in. This hatchery going to take a few more shots of damage. Again, +3 vehicle weapons coming through. We are going to see the Banes crashing forward. The Marauders eating a fungal. Ultra trying to step into these Marines. Ultra Bane in general just continue to come back around. At the moment, the Ghosts, the Marines, the Medevac still sitting tidy. The Viper's trying to come through. The Bioforce, the Ghosts just gathering up there for a moment or so. Continue to scan about. Just going to see a couple more changelings being caught onto. Shin introducing some additional tactics for himself. Nidus Network's obviously going to provide some more opportunities. Don't know if Clem is leaving a lot of open space for things to sneak into the backlines, but it's never bad to try, and it's also not bad to have a Nidus here or there. Sometimes it's like an escape route in some scenarios as well, so don't hate that Shin plays around that concept. As we're all going to have a couple snipe, bye-bye on an Ultra. 13 drones going down. I mean, honestly, Shin losing a few workers, it's probably fine, right? Lose a few workers, open up a little bit of space to work with overall. Nice, actually got up for a second, but there was a Liberated there. Can't really do much, and we do handle it after the fact. Clem stepping forward, trying to bring these Ghosts through. A couple more siege tanks coming over as well. There's a lot of SimCity across the board is obviously a big factor here. Having access to a lot of the choke points and buildings kind of stopping access for the Zerg. It's going to make it difficult for Shin to find fights in. And that's what you rely on as the Terran to kind of let this game draw out to the point we're already at, really. While CV's pulled back over, just going to get that mineral line, a few mules pulling back away. He's going to have to lift off and just retreat away. The SCVs and the mules in the back actually not going to get chased by banelings, so they're going to live through for a moment. More snipes trying to come out, trying to reach across. Right, some further upgrades coming in, just going to get cancelled on this attempted base. Clem taking another base is scary. Both players have a lot of money in the bank. If you keep mining these bases as Clem, you have resources to work with long term. Look at that resource lost, already double as effective for Clem as it has been for Shin. And that's exactly what you're worried about here long term as the Zerg player, is that the Terran is obviously going to... That is a scan of the entire map, by the way. That is ridiculous. You know, as the Zerg right now, you're scared that the Terran is able to kind of trade well into you and also have access to resource that's going to make it difficult for you to overall kind of outmine them, even if you have an extra base over them, which is this base right here. If Clem can stop one of these bases, right or left side, take your pick, from being completely mined out, then this is not a good game at all for Shin, because he's going to make up a lot of efficiency, and the Zerg army is not really made for making up efficiency in ZVT. That's not how this matchup typically works. What can be super efficient is a big switch into Broodlords, and the Broods can find a lot of efficiency before the army comp is ready for the Terran. That's pretty much the only switch, I think, which late in the game is really going to catch you, as the Terran in a little bit of trouble. These feelings are nice. They get a tank and obviously access to the main base, forces a few units back, but not much else going on at the same time. So Clem is not punished for spending his attention there. His units, a few units in the front get caught right now. And Clem is threatening to float a CC somewhat forward here at the moment also. The fly attack and carapace upgrades continue, so we have a lot of air upgrades still from Shin. He's been investing into those for a long time, so that when it does come to a Broodlord switch or anything in the skies, he's going to have as good an army as he possibly can up in the skies to make this a potentially game-ending kind of maneuver. Looks decent. Doing some good work just initially. A lot of Medivacs is having to lift up to help retreat, but that means a lot of units which are not stuck around fighting. This planetary is surviving for quite a long time. Will finally go down, do not get me wrong, it is gone, but it lived for a long time, no? It lasted a very long time. I'm actually kind of shocked it lasted as long as it did. Thought it was going to be a much quicker, just get in, boom, it's gone, and we're done. That's kind of what you want it to be, because if you give, the longer it takes, the more time the Terran has to hit things and to pick off, cheaplings and banes and stuff, that adds up. Just coming through. I think Shin knows as well it's Broodlord time. Like, he needs something a little bit different. The problem is that Clem's pretty well prepared against Broods. He's got a Thor out. He's got a good amount of Ghosts. Well, he had a good amount of Ghosts. How many of them get away here? Pretty much none of the ones that got Fungal. That's a major loss for Clem. And Clem will still try and chase through, though. He's going to set up more Liberators in a more forward position. Obviously, it's kind of weird because it's like a forward position, but these are just two bases out on the same screen to each other, basically. Not exactly ideal. Resource lost 26k to 17k. It's about as different as it was before, about a 9k difference. Guns coming down. Continue to push into this spot. A bit more movement through. Head's coming around. Just gonna have the army still fighting here. A couple of ghosts coming up as well, still stepping forward. Vikings overhead. But we're going to be here. The Ling's going to go across the map as well. And jump into the siege tank, jump into the planetary. I mean, why is Shin not counterattacking? He is now. I mean, the thing is, though, it's like, what sort of a counterattack is he going to achieve? This top side is mined out, so what does he achieve from counterattacking through here? Maybe slowly you break towards the natural in the main. I think Shin's been very wary about his cost efficiency, because the problem that he has is that Clem has a lot of bases, right? And the thing with counterattacks is they are essentially saying, I'm going to break your bases down, and I'm going to try and like kill your structures and make like life difficult for you, but that's very expensive for Zerg. And I just don't think Shin is in the position to afford to do that, because he's never really been able to truly stop Clem from expanding, right? So if you're not stopping Clem from expanding, Clem just takes base after base, can you afford to run by and to do all of those little tricks and annoyances? I mean, if they're really efficient, sure, but the idea of run-bys is not that they're efficient, it's that they're a good distraction and you can obviously kind of work your way through the economy. There is no run-by right now that's going to significantly hurt Clem's economy. Not when he has this amount of orbitals available and so on to replenish SCVs with. I just don't believe it. And battles for this far right side base. This would equalize the bases on the map, with Clem in a 12k resource loss advantage. Now, of course, Shin has mined some resources off this base. It's pretty heavily mined, actually, so it's something worth keeping, you know, in mind and to note. Orbitals lift, the Lings run through, a couple more SCVs going down. All these Lings coming across. There's going to be seeing a couple Lings coming over. Again, siege tank coming by. The refinery coming over as well. Just going to be having the Corruptors still chilling out in the skies. Clem's a bit low on the CC count, you think? The problem with 16 orbitals is just it isn't 20, you know? Maybe he even just built too many planetaries. What are we doing with 6 planetaries, man? Well, then again, why not build a planetary? He should have just added more CCs. Yeah. That top left side is just ridiculous, by the way. It's just like, this is just like, it's just all command centers. It's just not even worth attack, because like best cases, Shin is like you kill like 2 planetaries and you gain like a bit of position. It's like whatever. Clem's always been much more interested in the bottom side of the map instead. Maybe orbital should cost gas. And then we ruin Terranelli game again. Yeah. Maybe. I've got, okay, crazy concept. What if we change the price of the command center to 400? Now you might think, Wardy, that's expensive. I know. But at the same time, in this economy, I think Terrans can afford it. I don't know. I had this discussion with someone on Reddit the other day, actually, where the 300cc change is silly, but obviously Zergs are able to somewhat keep up with Terrans with the 300cc as well. The problem is it encourages games like this again and again, which are games which are... Don't get me wrong, long games are fun, but I think when the majority of games are very long, because that is just kind of the best way to play, I think this is typically just... It loses its shine when you see games like this a little bit too frequently, right? So, you know, I didn't really disagree with what you were saying, because I think that point was basically like, if massing CCs and Ghosts is so good, why aren't people winning with it more? And it's like, well, yeah, maybe Zerg also needs a bit of a tuning factor as well. It's, as always, just like the usual, StarCraft is not a simple game. At this point, it's going to take a long time to work through these banks, so we're sat here for a little bit just watching trades. I mean, typically I'd say Zerg does need to kind of utilize some Lings to kind of, you know, make use of their minerals, but there's a lot more gas banked up from from Shin, reading Lambo in the chat. So there's a lot more gas banked up from Shin than there is minerals at the moment. At the same time, I feel like, what do you build? I mean, he's getting neural parasites and more infestors that eats up the gas quite efficiently. Tank Marauder just hitting that hatchery. A little update while this continues, by the way. Shameless 2-1 against MaxPax. Shameless eliminates MaxPax in the round of 16. Shameless advances to the quarterfinals playing against Q. Congrats to Shameless. Let's see if he can go one step further into the semis. That'd be a hell of a run from him with MaxPax down on Cup 101. Another big result for Shameless. He's continued to be very good as of late. Here are the Broodlords. Why no Broodlords? I honestly think he hasn't built Broodlords because Clem's been pretty well set up against Broodlords for a long time. No, like Clem's always had a couple Thors. He had Vikings for a while earlier in the game as well. I think the answer is that just we haven't really needed Broodlords yet, I suppose. And eventually, it's never going to be a bad thing to try and move into a couple of Neurals. Maybe he also wanted to make sure he had the Neurals and the Infestors up as well. Make this Broodlord shove as good as he possibly can. It's funny because Shin's kind of fighting over a base up here, which I feel like is not even going to be that impactful long term. But just gathering about. Prince gathering about, just going to be seeing the Hellbats go on the way. The Brutes will collect, looking for a bit of a push. Just going to tap out as soon as he adds a second. Stepping it down, Spores are going to sell. Obviously, just trying to mine out these last few resources here. Nick Lands doesn't do too much. Couple libs. I'm just going to be Sieging, just going to be seeing the Spores still coming up. I mean, we just got a push from Clem. He's going to start getting some snipes from these Broods. It's a lot of Broodlings, though, and the Ghosts do respect it for a second or so. A couple more snipes coming down. Ship weapons, the Thors still coming up. Obviously, Thor's big against these Broods. The resources available from both players is obviously still pretty high, but it comes down to how these trades go. If one player can find one big fight at this point, there are so few resources left to mine on the map, these banks are basically it. Clem has less gas, but he's got a lot more minerals to work with. That's why the introduction of Hellbat's going to be good. Mineral-based units that can definitely help soften up the Broodlings, and so you can keep some of your gas-based units kind of safer. Is going to be very valuable at this point. Obviously, the Infestors and the Spellcaster from Investors and Vipers alike are going to be very important on the side of Shin to try and win this as well in these later stages. Ducked in one Liberator. Can you have enough production to rebuild from a 17k bank? I mean, maybe not all at once, right? But what's happening here is you're not seeing one fight that goes all at once. You're seeing a few units trade out, you replenish them, and just those banks kind of get chipped away at. What's left over here? 400 of gas and 1,500 minerals maybe. So it's a little bit of minerals, a little bit, a very small amount of gas. Oh, snipes on the infestors! Multiple infestors going down! Hits a fungal. So those infestors walked into trouble, and just kind of the danger of kind of playing that top left corner of the main army and then Clem being able to sit in between the positions. Shin just walks his infestors across open space. They get fired upon, they get sniped upon. I see a few Banes still gathering about. We're just going to be seeing the Broods looking to come back down. You're seeing the shots coming in. Just going to see the Ghosts going to cloak on up to try and help, but there's plenty of Overseers. Lion of Cloud's coming down. Bit of a bigger push forward for Shin. He wants to keep going forward with these Brood Lords. Thors are right far in the back, not even getting close to the Broods just yet. Broods still gathering here in the skies. Obviously, their numbers are high. 9 new Corruptors coming up as well, so we're going to be 20 Corruptors, 22 Broods. This is the late game, end game army that Shin is absolutely doubling and tripling down on. As your Nanny EL, thank you for the 25-month resub. More to come. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for resubbing. As we are 34 minutes DP on Sanctuary, we are going to see a nuke lining up toward the top. Land, clip the hatch. There's a few minerals there still, so you still kind of want to mine it. 9k banked at the moment from Shin. Clem's gas bank is reducing. Clem's gas bank hitting 0 would be a major problem because he still needs gas units to fight what his opponent is working with, essentially. So you've got to get, you know, a little bit close to that still. Thor coming about, the Infestor producing through, the Banes, the Corruptors, and everything gathering around, the Changelings coming across en masse just to try and be a little bit annoying. I mean, denying these gases even, right, is just, we're talking about a game that's coming down to like every little bit of whatever. Denying a bit of a gas mine on this left-hand side is a pretty big deal. Just as like the mineral / gas mine on the right side it could be impactful at the end. How much gas is on this base? About 600. It's not crazy, but it's, you know, considering what Clem has left, it would be significant if you got all of it. Brood stepping forward. It's going to be a big moment of this fight. No, big fungal growth comes down. The Banes are going to come rolling through. The Ghost run, getting away from the Banelings for the most part. The Thors are doing their thing. Shin supply plummeting. The Broodlords are just dying. This was not the fight to pick, as Clem really was just in a concave here, so everything he had was able to fight. The only thing that happened in this situation that was good for kind of Shin was that the Ghost had to run away to respect the Banes that were rolling through. And I guess he's just going to drop the big rebuild straight into 12 Ultras and 82 Lings. Now, Clem, can he deal with that rebuild? I mean, he's got money to spend himself, but it's going to be his last bit of gas. He has to decide what he's going to spend it on. The thing is we're getting to a point now where the kind of army you're about to have as Shin is not necessarily that great into the Terran army. In terms of, like, usually this is the sort of army that needs to go and go again, unless it's going to have one overwhelming fight just on the back of just rebuilding instantly. It's not impossible, but Clem's also at 170 supplies. So the army supplies match. Let's see. So we're going to try and run down this ramp. I mean, everything's kind of clumped together. I mean, there's a lot of Liberators, but that's what the Corruptors are for. Snipes coming down. Don't even know what you prioritize right here on the Ghost. The Ghost's actually kind of low energy. This next fight happens very quickly or very soon after the last, and that does have an impact here. The Ghosts are just auto-attacking down Ultras. There's that many of them. Shin drops to 80 supply, but he's got money to rebuild. Clem's essentially going to have to go back into Marine production here. And Shin just has 4k gas left over. Shin's gas efficiency has been through the roof in comparison to Clem's, and it is making the game-changing difference at the end of this game, essentially. Damn. We are starting to get there. That's Shin. 126 to 137 supply. Here's my issue for Shin. First of all, he obviously, I think, lost a lot of lava from the previous fight. That he doesn't have quite ready to rebuild instantly a second time. The other thing is that Clem's army supply is still very high. And yeah, okay, maybe it's not as great anymore because there's a few Marines involved. There's still a lot of tech units. the Broodlord switch back right now might be deadly because the Cryptos don't have much to do. They've killed all the Libs, and Clem can't afford to go into a lot of anti-air. He's got 28 Ghosts, though, so I'm not sure if the Broods are it as Shin, but I don't think he's going to get it done with Ultras either, because if those Ghosts get their energy back and get the snipes up, the Ultras are just going to melt. At least the Broods, you have a little bit, a bit of place to kind of play around with them, I suppose. 28 Ghosts still in this game. That's the thing. Even if snipe is freaking expensive, you can just get so many snipes back at the same time, essentially. Let's scan on this army. Clem sees it, so he knows what he's up against. Hellbats. It's funny as well, because Hellbats have a bit more use as well when the Broodlord's in play, because you can kind of use them to tank the Broodlings a little bit better, clean up a few of those Broodlings, clear the way a bit more easily. So I feel like it's giving Clem a bit of a better way to utilize the minerals again. Hellbats standing in front of like Ultraling Bane is it's something, but it's very at the same time. Tank's not going to love those Broods dropping them Broodlings into place. Clem's mining the bottom right, by the way, or trying to. He's got refineries here, and he's slow, long distance mining the bottom right side, so they duel out of that position. Okay, well, Hellbat's still going into place. Just having the Banes, the Ultras moving back around. Start diving through. The Ghosts stepping away from there. The Siege Tank's still setting up as well. Couple Lings nibbling. Refinery starting to drop. Just going to see the Lings in the hatchery continue to come about. Hellbats will continue. Again, this army in the center continues to join up. Hellbats gather. Hatchery joins. The very sizable army. See the Broodlings starting to drop down, the Orbital going down, Siege Tank getting hit. Just going to see this army's going to start chasing through, Ghost's going to pull back, the Hellbats are here, everything's kind of clumped, but man, the Blue Flames will do very well against the Lings, and the Ghosts just have the energy to snipe through as well. There's a lot of snipes available, and again, the bigger, techier units of Shin are just not going to be able to get there. Clem got run out of gas, but his army was unkillable by the remnants of what was left for Shin, and he gets it done. 1-1 tied up in this quarterfinals, going to a game 3. I don't think we're going to catch the rest of the quarterfinals at all, guys. We've got a game 3 of this series to get to. We'll get to that in just a moment and get this on the way. And get this ready to rumble. I'll just throw it into place here in a second. Give me a moment. What was I doing on this side? I was running the YouTube ads. Yes, I don't know why that was not obvious to me. My brain just cut out there. And we get ready for game 3 of Shin vs. Clem. All right, third game coming up. Do I have a drink left? Yes, just about. Just about. That felt inevitable for 25 minutes. I don't know if it was inevitable. Clem ran out of gas. Like, I think it felt like it was in Clem's favor, but like, I would say it felt closer than I expected it to be. Like, with the way that this game went, this was the kind of game which I feel like in the past I would have been like, oh yeah, this, like, Clem just had way too much economy all game long. I mean, it was not super far away. I mean, Clem was, like I say, he was completely out of gas. Like, if you can just find your way through, I mean, there's 28 Ghosts left, right? I mean, I guess coming down to the final fight, these Ghosts really just found too much. But there was that moment when those Ghosts did not have that much energy. If we had just a little bit more at that point, maybe we could have got a bit further forward on those Ghosts. There was that moment as well where Shin lost, like, all those Infestors freely. I mean, maybe if they get a few more kind of more impactful fungals off too. And I still don't love the big fight that Shin took. I think he had a lot more successful fights outside of that one where he basically just let Clem be in the concave and be pre-set up as well for the fight too. So, I don't know if it was Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence with it. Like, in some ways I'm like, yeah. But I do think it had a little bit more intrigue to it than just being like, oh yeah, Clem had this one for 20 minutes or so. Game 3, Black Rock for our map. Quarterfinals of today's WardiTV Mondays 101. Thanks for joining us, guys. I know we just had a long game, so the viewership gets inflated, but great to see. Almost 1,200 on the Twitch, almost 400 on the YouTube. Thanks for tuning in today. This week, going to be a bit of an interesting one with what we've got to cast. First of all, I'm not going to be, if I'm just missing from stream for a day, that may just happen. I have Helen to look after and stuff, so just going day to day on that. But in theory, if I do cast each day, then tomorrow it's going to be GSTL. Now, again, just to quickly reiterate this while we have a lot of people here, we're not allowed to cast GSTL on Twitch or YouTube. We're only allowed to cast it on Soup. So what we're going to do is we're going to live cast it on Soup, and when we wrap up the live stream, I'll put it live onto Twitch and YouTube as a stream so you guys can kind of watch it live basically as soon as possible. And we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure if it's going to be worthwhile for me. It might not be. It might be, a trial that does not go well, but we're going to try it because I don't really have another way to do it, and we kind of can't cast because so many people are involved in the GSTL. I can't really run my own tournament or anything at the same time because too many people are doing GSTL. Like, there's just not enough players to kind of do something else. So we're going to trial run it. I don't love it. I think it's kind of shit, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see if you guys... I mean, you can obviously join me on Soup, or you can watch the rebroadcast section on Twitch and YouTube, and we'll see how it goes. I wouldn't even hate the Soup part, apart from the fact that I just can't do anything on Soup to, I hate to talk about money, but money is, what makes the world go around, what lets me keep casting. I have zero way to monetize anything on Soup. Even if you know what I mean, so it's just kind of shit. But we will try and see how it goes, and if it just doesn't work, then I'll find something else to do with my Tuesdays. And if it's okay, if it works out, then I guess cool, we get to watch some cool games. And so on. But yeah, it'll be a bit of a weird one, so just a little bit of a heads up for that. Tomorrow is going to be our trial run of it, we'll see how it goes. People are going to dance back, a few Zerglings continue to come across there for a couple of moments. They run over, chasing down for a little while. Like speed, the drones, the Overlord continue to come through. Some SCVs in production as well. Commencing and the Orbital still being added. The Queen is going to be there to push the Reaper back a little further as well. That's going to lift off, peel over to the sides. Resetting back to this early game as we are going to have 10 Lings and the Ling speed finishing very soon, so as Shin takes the third hatch, we'll have the Lings kind of on the map to maybe try and do something with in these next few moments. Get that set to go. Reaper still comes about, just going to be seeing the Stimpack, the Marine, the Hellions continue to come across as well. Let's take a few moments. The Queen's going to get there. Yep, coming around. Mule going to drop into place. Ling's going to run into this natural. A couple of these SCVs going to have to pull away immediately. The Hellions are here, and that keeps us very safe in this situation, so Clem is not going to have too much of an issue. And as for now, he holds Shin off. Some other results coming in, by the way. It is already a very Zergy round of 4. Solar is going to go 2-1 over Hero. So Solar drops a map, but is going to be able to take the series. Winner from last week, looking for the back-to-back. He'll play Shameless or Cure. They are still playing in their round of 8 matchup. As we also have Rogue has advanced 2-1 over Beyond. So Rogue has won his first Monday Cup a few weeks back. He's in semifinals again today. Semifinals last week for him too. He lost to Shin there. And he will be playing against... No, sorry, he lost to Solo last week in the semis. He will play either Shin or Clem. He plays the winner of this series. So Rogue is waiting for the winner of this. Solo waiting for the winner of Shameless Cure. Those are our semifinals coming up once this round of 8 is concluded. And this is going to get in. A couple drones get blasted down. Pull back around. Medivacs, Marines, and the Stim coming up once again. Reaper, Hellions all joining up, a couple units going down. That and the drones will be coming through as well. Queen's still producing for a few moments. The medevac's going to load up, get a bunch of those Marines involved. And we just have a little bit more production continuing about for now. Obviously, we've been good with these Hellions playing defense. Clem going to get on the map with the medevacs and go try and see if he can find any value with some Marines. It's only Lings at the moment, no upgrades early either, so maybe one of the better chances we've seen for some Marines to get something done early in the game in this series. They're going to show up and not really find too much opportunity just yet. Now the medevac's going to slip up in toward the main base where they're going to turn around as well. Not going to be able to do too much over there for now. Yeah, one upgrades. Combat shield coming through. And it's going to be seeing the siege tank and the Marines all still gathering up. Kind of spiders coming into place. The carapace, the baneling speed, all coming around. The Marines still lasering through a bunch more Zerglings. Zerglings just going to run forward. The Marines have to pull back again. Just going to load back into those medevacs. We escape out of here for the moment. Things will be here. Marines going to take some more damage. Again, a bit of back and forth. Siege tank and extra Marines continue to come up. Carapace, baneling speed. Just going to be seeing the mutas, Lings, and Banes all continuing about for the moment. And the Marines come over for a little bit extra damage. One about halfway done. The Lings still going to chase. The Marines are going to load back into those medevacs. A lot so far this game. Clem's efficiency is already through the roof. Makes this kind of attack very scary. I love knocking the rocks down, obviously reduces the angles of attack for the Zerg. That's generally going to be a good thing for you as the Terran Zerg coming from one direction is much easier than Zerg coming from multiple directions. Just as this run by works. And as we are going to see Clem not with enough stuff over here. The Muta's going to counterattack as well, so Clem is going to have to push forward with the main army. Because he's not going to have a lot to deal with this over on this side, and that is a problem for sure. So that is not great for him right now. Just going to be seeing those Marines going to finish off this hatchery here. There are Banelings ready. Are we dealing with these mutas at all? Not really. 7 SCVs down. What does Clem want to do? I mean, finish off a hatch. You put Shin down at 3 bases. You're already minus 8 SCVs. This is going to become a big issue if you don't do something soon. We probably just got to pull back. You just don't get enough Marine. I mean, build 9 Marines at a time. If they all popped out in sync, then maybe it'd be okay. And it's starting to be okay there. So the mutas do get pushed back in the end. This was serious damage for Shin, though, and that's kind of what he needed. What he also did was deny multiple tanks. So 3 siege tanks dead in the game, and right now Clem... A little bit messy trying to get away there. Kind of gets jumped on, and of course these mutas are on the map as well, so Clem's army is in a whole bunch of trouble. He's just going to have to unload. Disaster for Clem as Shin is going to strike and strike hard. Coming straight through here. Tank on the high ground's not going to matter. Oh, what a disaster for Clem. As Shin catches him, trying to get home. I don't know why Clem wasn't home already. He was retreating with that army. I feel like he stopped pulling back and allowed himself to get caught there. And obviously with the mutas being there, the lift and retreat move is just not going to be okay. I thought Clem was going to be back with that army. I think he probably got overconfident that he pushed the mutas back and that he was going to be all right. But yeah, I thought he was going to catch the mutas, not him being the one getting caught. And that is game ending perhaps for Clem, because that is going to be a serious amount of supply lost. And that's going to put him in a whole world of trouble here now in this game 3. As I try to try and come up. Maybe a little late for that, guys. Yeah, maybe the missile turrets would have been good before now. I mean, honestly, yeah, he got caught a bit off guard, so... Hey, honestly, it wasn't even... I still don't think it would have been bad for Clem if he just got the army home at the end of the day. He took damage, but he also did damage. You know, if he just got the army home, I think this would have been fine, but... Bane's still gathering. Mutas coming about 2-2 upgrades, vehicle weapons coming through, the Dragon Claws finishing very shortly. Muta's just going to latch themselves onto these couple of barracks here. With the mines, a couple of those starting to drop. A few more of these Marines going down. The small probably hitting the medevacs. The Queen's stepping over. These Mutas, I mean, when Mutas are just stood in the main base fighting Marines, it's not a good sign. Obviously, if you're putting any sort of units now into the main to deal with these Mutas, then the Ling Bane is going to start running at the third and so on. I just do not believe there's ever going to be enough here to deal with this. Let's see if Clem can pull off a bit of a miracle. The Bane's on the right side. Took a horrible angle. They could have just ran into the SCVs as they retreated out. They didn't. That was a little bit of a mistake, honestly. As these Banes will continue to aim for this mineral line. SCVs are going to have to run. Be in some trouble. And it's minus 32 workers already. And a couple more still going down. The Marines and the Wood Mines still trying to just somehow turn this back into something. Yeah. Shin looking to make the semis once again. He's back-to-back finalist. Lost last week, but won the week beforehand. Looking to, again, get to the finals again. He would be through ZVZ if he made it there, which he will. With the GG coming down, it is going to be Shin against Rogue in that bottom semi-final. Up first for us will be Stola versus Cure. Some ZVT coming up in a couple of moments, guys. So we're going to get that ready to go. And get into the ZVT. That'll be up first, and then we'll go into the other match, the Shin Rogue after. So we'll do the ZVT first, and the ZVZ after. And I guess we cheer Cure to give us a non-ZVZ final, but that's not gone well for us lately, so yeah. Alright, I actually need to be a couple moments, guys. I'll come back. Solo Cure coming up after this. Solar and Cure. Coming up in a second, guys. Loading into the lobby. Semi-final number 1 is about to begin. Let's get ready to go. Let's dive in, and let's see how this one is going to give us. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue town of the semi-finals of WardiTV Mondays 101, it is going to be Cure. And the top right, our red Zerg, is going to be Solar. Alright, game number 1, opening map of this semi-final. Here going across for a couple seconds, bring that around. We're just gonna fight. A couple of Lings gonna take some damage. Ling speed will come through. A couple Queens will be popping. I'm just gonna be seeing the command center, and so coming up, taking a few moments. When it comes back through, Ling speed coming around. Pretty chill first couple moments here. That Ling's be coming around. I'm just gonna get that going Queen and company coming about as well. Hatch coming up, just gonna get that third base in position. Planes right back. Continue to come back over. Again, Hatch coming through, the drones and company coming up. Queens pulled back against him. It's going to be about halfway done in a few moments. I'm just going to be having ourselves a couple queens going through. The carapace coming up as well. Team Hellions Reaper coming out to the right-hand side. Hellions gathering here, just going to be seeing the carapace coming up. The Queen and the Lair continue to build through. Take a couple of moments. He's going to step up, just going to be having the Queen's going to be there with the Lings. Here, trying to put a bit of pressure on. First few moments, there's nothing too wild happening. Just with, obviously, these few Marines pressuring, but we got the Queens, we got the Lings. The defense looks very solid here at the moment from Solar. Don't think Kira is going to achieve too much. He's getting the upgrade to 1-1 on the way. The combat shield is the next step. Third CC floats into position. And so we should have ourselves a pretty cozy next few moments here in this top 4. Kira fighting to give us a TVZ final. Solar fighting to go back to back, something not a lot of people do in the WardiTV Mondays. Solar will try and be one of the few to achieve that today. I don't think Solar's gone back to back before. He's like 4th place all time, or 5th place all time in terms of number of cups won. But yeah, still obviously winning 5 or 6 cups across 100 is a small percentage, and going back to back is still a pretty rare achievement. Pretty sure Solar has not achieved, so be kind of exciting as the day progresses to kind of keep track of that as well. If he does make it to that finals, even if it is ZVZ, we'll have some story to it. Lingbane will be around as well. And there's a little bit of Marine tank stepping forward once again, trying to see what else we can get to, see what else is going on. Queens just gather, and we have ourselves the melee upgrade, bailing speed, the groove spines continue to produce through as well. Melee in the +2, and those continue to come about. Marines, tanks, everything else joining back over. Those Lings will move down. Marine tank going to come back along again. Just going to be seeing the units still gathering up. The 1-1 upgrades are coming around. This army is going to go boosting across to the other side of the map. So Lingbane still gathered in here. It's going to see those few Marines will get in after those troop tumors. So a little bit more damage being dealt. Vex just pulled back across, just going to be seeing drilling close, the +2, still coming up. Command Center and company going into play as we speak. And we're just going to be seeing that CC coming into position, just in between the natural and the third. Down some rocks, obviously open up the map a bit. Zergs like that open map, the ability to surround and wrap around. Hive already on the way from Solar, so he's bringing himself to Hive nice and quickly. The Ling's looking to get a dive onto that group of Marines, and obviously we can just lift up into the medevacs and escape out of this, and that's exactly what we will do for the moment. More tank shots, the Marines are going to come running over. There's some Hydras showing up as well. I don't know if this is good for Solo overall. I mean, he's going to get into the natural, see how many workers he kills, but he will lose pretty much everything he showed up with here. I guess some of the Hydras were able to pull back. -3 SCVs doesn't really feel great. Resource loss is very efficient game so far out of our Terran player. It's going to let you get into the later stage. This is nice. You get a few more SCVs in the end. I mean, this shouldn't have happened. We had the units to chase down those Lings. We just didn't run to the left side to clean them up, so we lose another 7 SCVs because of it. And because that took a bit longer, now this attack on the right side has a bit more weight to it because it took you a little bit longer to actually set up to deal with this. So, mistake from Q is maybe going to open the door for Solo a little bit. These Banes keep rolling through. The Marines, just not enough right now. Actually having a bad time. This CC has to cancel being a planetary and lift off to make sure it doesn't go down to the Ling fire. Solar supply has dropped as well. Like I say, a lot of this wasn't efficient. And he's 3k worse for wear. Well, it's not as bad as it was before. I feel like it's leveled a bit. Like it started bad for Solar and then he's made it a bit better over time now. Medivacs, Bioforce all gathering up. 2-2 upgrades will join as well. Just going to see the Lingbane Hydra still collecting the upper right. This is going to be another round soon from Solar, whose economy is obviously great. The best part for Solar, he's getting to the point in the game where Solar is typically at his absolute best self, which is going to be the point in the game where he's allowed to make Lurkers. Once Lurkers are out, Solar is typically a different Zerg in ZVT. He's an absolute beast in the matchup at that stage. And that's going to be a thing pretty darn soon here, essentially, so see how that plays. Lingbane Hydra all coming through. The Adrenal Gland still coming up, +3 carapace coming up as well. So again, bringing a lot of that into position for the moment. Continue to bring this through for now. Mine's going to get picked away at the nice mine shot going to hit there as well. Very nicely done. Pulling back away. Siege Tank going to get a few more hits off at the moment. 3-3 upgrades +1 vehicle plating also being added just for now. Bio and mines back down to the bottom. Adrenal Glands +2 melee, +3 carapace coming up as well. And again, size expands will continue to be produced, with everything else being added on along for the ride. Again, Lingbane Hydra to the left side, getting ready to come in from a bit of a different direction. Just gonna stand lunge up here. A couple Widow Mines go off towards the Lings. The Widow Mines still burrowing. Just gonna see the Marines still pulling back as well. The rest of that Lingbane continue to come across. Hydras and the Lings do get out of there. I mean, Kua holds on tight. The problem is that this map now belongs to Solar, and so this is just going to become a game from Kua where his pretty much only option is going to be to say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to full send this. I'm just going to get ourselves in a position. And I'm just going to... Yeah, I'm just going to sit back and try and play defense. Like, you just can't really go on the map at this stage. The Zerg owns too much of it. And so we are going to see Kua turtling up to see if he can find some success in these late stages. And Solar's going to try and break him before that point. But it's going to start getting tough for Solar soon, because the Sim City is coming online. There's just going to be a point where if Solar doesn't break through in the next attempt or two, there's just going to be a waste of resources compared to just building up into the Lurkers and getting a better army, or maybe you don't even really want Lurkers in this scenario as well. This actually worked pretty well, no? A couple of Banes hitting the last group of Marines as well, also doing well at the moment. These Hydras going to still own the low ground. A couple of Ghosts arriving, but they only have a couple of snipes, so there's still enough Hydras, and the pressure will still be on this orbital. Wow, what a job by Soul. I didn't really think he was going to break through in a scenario like this. Now he's going to get Nidus into the main base. I don't know if there's anything significant in there. It's just Lings. This is going to stream through and be annoying though, right? And it's somewhere else you have to now defend here, as QA loses a Ghost already. It's just an additional position to defend while the attack at the front is still going without really having any true proper tabs on it. So, again, just distracts for a little bit longer. Does Solar now get to go again and again here? Like, that's now a new question, right? Is, did he do enough to basically kind of take this through to a full-on... Yeah, does he take this enough to take this on to a full-on kind of late stage of the game? Or do you just kind of keep attacking? I think you just keep attacking. Because you also broke down a lot of the SimCity setup as well, so it's going to be easier to find kind of voluminous attacks coming in from, you know, all sorts of angles. So I think that's got to be considered here also. As we have Lingbane all gathering up. Nice in the main base again, going to be a bit of a distraction. We are going to mostly run in at the front. A lot of these ghosts are going to have to go running. They're very close and they're very clumped up. The Banes are getting dangerously close to those ghosts, but we are going to have a tank on the high ground to help. Well, some of the ghosts split up to the top side and they don't get into the medevacs either. Kira is just in all sorts of trouble. Solar is able to, again, have a pretty successful push forward here. Keeps Ghost supply a little bit on the lower side of things. Resources lost only a 5k difference is very manageable if you're keeping Kira on 4 bases while you yourself are taking bases here, there, and freaking everywhere. Queens will shoot, Lib takes some damage. Bio pulling back over, Medivacs and the Liberators coming back along. CC going to reposition, a couple Libs will siege. It's a lot of Lingbane Hydra still gathered up right there. The Viper's overhead, the Queen's off over to the left-hand side. Focus is going to burrow. Missile turret already taking some hits. The Orbital Command taking some shots. Again, Ling Lurker. We'll start to push through. The Medivac loads up, and we try and back away from here already. The Viper overhead as well. I think this is where the Lurkers are nice because they can start to poke from a couple of directions from a little bit further away. And definitely give you a little bit of a better time trying to handle this whole scenario. You don't need a lot of Lurkers, but if you can push forward in a position, it's going to be tough for them, you know, Q to chase back into you. Like this moment right now, he actually just steps in, he's going to drop a scan, but even with a scan he kills one, and then the other 3 Lurkers help to push him off. So that's exactly what you want to be seeing here as Solar. It's a success story for sure at the moment. Solar just taking the entirety of this map. This DVT getting to be a bit overwhelming as the Bio steps through, a couple more shots. More changelings dropping as well. Hydra Lingbane in big numbers. Heading to that bottom left-hand corner. Where Siege's leg's going to be there. Ling's going to run through on this left side. A couple of snipers just help push them back out. Turn this away for a moment or two. Might as well, again, just open up rocks, open up space. Things that the Zergs like and the Terrans do not. Q is still a 4-base Terran. The question of pushing into a 5th base is going to be an interesting one. He has a ton of orbitals, he has extra CCs, but he needs to be able to comfortably believe that he can kind of move forward into a more open space, right? I think it's fair enough to say that so far. I don't think that's necessarily really the case. It's not something he can really do just yet, so this is a better fight for Q. Actually able to probably slow this down, and the time of just running at the opponent for Solar might be close to being done, because I can't imagine he can get away with doing that again and again here for too much longer. So I think, yeah, we're on a we are a little bit on track to kind of continue from there and move on. Bio stepping up, the Ghost being there as well, helping us out. Marine Marauder Ghost all coming about at the moment. And Bane just going to join. And going to gather him for a few seconds. He's going to be seeing a couple shots coming about. The Ghost coming through. Obviously, we'd love to start denying some of the extra bases here. That one looks as though it's going to be sturdy. Lurkers get out of a Nidus. This is one of the better uses for Lurkers at this point. The later it goes, the more likely Lurkers are just going to be here as a little bit of a tool to be used as a harassment thing, which means you're probably not going to build that many more of them. You can always build extra later in the game and be like, okay, now I need the Lurkers to kind of come through and help me out again. So that's always like a possibility further down the line. But typically right now, Lurkers are You know, they're not running into these fights and sieging up mid-fight and having a huge impact, right? And that's kind of what we were saying before. So you got to approach it in the right kind of way. And I don't hate that these lurkers disappear. I don't think they're really... I think them being out of an Itis into a base is probably one of the better uses they were going to find for themselves. So is he going to deny the 5th still? His forward position is not allowed, so Kua will struggle to get up to base 5 at this point. The round of lanes, the Hydra's going to come through again. Just going to storm straight down there. The planetary is starting to get surrounded. Siege tank goes down also. Just going to see the orbital in the sky will fall. The planetary fortress still trying to fire it up. Lots of Hydroling Bane gathering back over. Just going to see the bio stemming through for some of this group spread in the middle of the map as well. Nice 26 SCVs obviously doesn't exactly look great either. All the lifts off, just going to see a few Hydras and the Banes just going to be stepping away. Firewall just fight. Ling's gonna get chased away. Just gonna be having a Hydra Bane ready to come forward again. And now just gonna chase into this orbital. Gonna get surrounded. Just gonna be seeing the couple more Banes coming through. It's a nice fungal growth coming down. A few more snipes coming back the other way though. Nice fungal. I mean, we didn't really even need to capitalize on it too much further. It was already very decent as we step back over the other side. +1 flyer attack. Continues to build. This bio will just clean up on the hatchery. Base nearby, sick and tidy. Nidus falls. And again, a lot of Lingbane Hydra continue to come through. +1 flyer attack upgrade coming up as well. Force coming over, Medivac's coming over, so you're just gonna say GG. I thought we might self-fight it for a little bit, but GG's. Alright, go game 2. This one was kind of just a bit... This one really did feel doomed. You know, we were talking about last game, it's like, well, that felt inevitable. This felt inevitable. Like, this felt inevitable for like 10 minutes or so. But, yeah. Sometimes it go like that. Game 2 in a moment, guys. Sorry, I got distracted at some point. I was reading chat. I don't think you can argue. Like, people are... The argument made was like 2/3 of WardiTV Mondays have been won by Protoss. It's like, that's not wrong, right? But you can't use that as a balanced discussion. Because 2/3 of WardiTV Mondays have been won by... In fact, let's go further than that. Almost 50%. 47 out of 100 cups have been won by the same 2 Protoss players. And then there are a handful of wins. Showtime, Firefly, Trap, and Trigger. 4 wins have been won by Protoss players that aren't those 2. And then Classic as well has won a few as well, right? You can't use that as a balancing technique. Because you can't use that as a balance discussion because players like Serral and Reynold don't play in these cups. You don't get the best Zerg, the very top tier Zergs playing in these cups, you know? Like, you're basically seeing the same percentage of, like, non-Clem wins for Terran as you're seeing as non-hero / max packs / classic wins as pro. Like those guys are just the best pros players in the world and they play every single week religiously. So yeah, you can't use the Monday Cup as a balancing discussion for the previous patch. It just doesn't really work like that. Not in the way that you're using it. You can point to like games in the Monday Cup. You can point to like results, but you can't just be like, you can't just say, this amount of games tournaments have been won by Protoss when you have 3 top tier Protoss, you know, in the world playing every single week, and yeah, it just doesn't work like that. You just can't make that argument. Imagine bouncing the entire game around my tournament. Jesus. What a sad day that would be. It's the same argument everyone makes about earnings just because Zerg wins while their earnings were up. Have you ever actually seen someone balance argue over the amount of money won per race? If so, you need to just not talk to these people. They're freaking stupid. Like, this is... Prize money earnings are heavily skewed by some of the biggest events that came down to sometimes singular maps, you know? Like, there's sometimes the difference of hundreds of thousands of dollars coming down in, like, a 7-game series that was a 7-map series, you know? That could have swung hundreds of thousands of dollars towards Terran instead of Zerg, you know? Like, realistically, the earnings graph is so heavily dominated by big wins of world championships that, like, you can't realistically use that as a balancing tool either, or a measuring tool of success, because it's just too small of a sample size. Like, the number of tournaments that majorly impact that result all time is probably like 25 or something, you know? As far as CVs, as Solo just gets in there early, and that's going to be a big loss for Q right away. And that early bit of pressure from Solar is already going to pay off with the 4 SCVs killed. It's a dumb argument, but you see it. But if you see that it's dumb, surely you can see that... You can't see that it's dumb, but also see it as valid, though. That doesn't make... That's literally a contradictory statement. Crazy. People are going to be hopping up. Queen is going to keep on chasing for a couple moments. Just going to deal with that for a few moments. MC's still in top 5 or 10. That's not true. MC is probably barely top 20, if I had to guess. Top 5 is almost all $1 million players. Serral, Maru, Dark, Rogue. I'd imagine Clem is close, but not quite there. Reynor's probably... Is Reynor on $1 million? I don't know if Reynor's on $1 million. He has some big wins. He's got to be close as well. Maybe like your Zest, TYs, and Innos, they're not millions, but they're going to be high up there. Like, all of these are way above MC. MC's 19. Yeah, seems about right. I mean, MC must have won a lot. But you got to think, like, also, there was a period where StarCraft 2 tournaments gave a lot of money. You know, and that was kind of more in the middle of StarCraft, more than at the very beginning, even, you know? I'd imagine MC and... I can't imagine, like MC's... I'd imagine MC won like maybe 200k over like his best year or something, but he also probably won like 5 tournaments to do that, you know? Like it's just not this is why prize money is a terrible stat to talk about, because it's just completely skewed by, you know, how big certain tournaments are. It's not like certain players are just like, you know what, Zergs are going to try hard now that the prize money's even higher. Like, it just doesn't work like that. Got mech in this game like Cure. Mech's had a little bit of a resurgence lately. Some people have been using it pretty fun as the Hyperflight Rotors coming up. So we're actually going to get some Banshee mech. Yeah, mech has been seeing a little bit of play lately. I'm not sure how much. Again, I've not watched a lot of games the last week or so, guys. Been doing IRL things. So I don't know if this has become even more popular, but I know Beyond had been playing it a little bit prior to this last week or so as well. So Cure had been throwing it in here or there. This is nice. Minus 13 drones are going to be pretty darn good. That's a lot of eco loss to Solar. We have the Banshees come the spawning pool in the main base as well. Is Solar is he just going to die to the lack of knowledge of what the hell's going on? Like, he's going to lose this pool. And the problem is, without the pool, you can't build a Rotron, right? So our man is going to be able to build Banelings and Banelings. Did he even realize that his pool died? Am I crazy? Did he rebuild it already? No? He has no idea that his spawning pool is dead. There we go. Spawning pool restarts. That's really bad. I mean, I'd be surprised. I mean, I guess Cure may not want to go before Blue Flame, but like if he actually went kind of soonish with Hellions, it's going to be tough to defend. Because you're basically only on Queens for the foreseeable future. I mean, Solar's like, well, at least I can build drones, and that's what he will do. Banshees move up to the top left. Just going to see the Hellions on the right side. Couple of creep teamers are going to go down. Just going to see those drones are going to get jumped on. A couple of workers going down very quickly. Rest of these Zerglings still running through, so I mean, if you lose these Lings, you still can't build Lings. Well, okay, he just started and he ran a Lings, but there's just so many Hellions. GG's. We're going to go to game 3. We're going to go the distance in this best of 3, guys. So we're going to get this rolling here in just a few moments and get this ready to go. All right. Eternity's Edge. I'd say Mech gets it done. This was more just Hellions get it done. Hellion run-bys get it done. All right, we're counting down. In the top left, our blue Terran player is going to be Cure. While on the bottom right, our red Zerg is going to be Solar. Semi-finals here. Winner of this moves to the finals. Solar looking to be a back-to-back winner this week, potentially still. Shin versus Rogue, the other semi-final. Shin finalist last week lost to Solar. Rogue. Top 4 last week. He did pretty well a couple of weeks. He won a couple of weeks ago. I'm trying to remember which one that was. Is what I can't remember. 98 maybe? 3 weeks ago? Nope, that was Solar winning as well. That was when Rogue was trying to back-to-back. So Rogue won 4 weeks ago. I will not lie, guys. Balance aside or whatever, it is kind of hilarious to... It is kind of funny when you look at... You scroll down the WardiTV Mondays stat page, and you just go, like, look at the winner column. It's just like, blue, green, oh, Solar won one. Blue, green, Solar won another. Blue, green, and there's just 4 Zergs, one in a row. Like, WardiTV Mondays has always been cursed for Zergs, so now that they're obviously doing well on this patch, it is, you know, a little funny when you look at the Mondays in its own little vacuum. if a Zerg wins today, then half of all WardiTV Monday Zerg victories would have been in the last 5 weeks, and there's only been 10 victories. More progress in 5 cups than the previous 96 for Zerg. It's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. Zerg is so back. Zerg is so back. Honestly, we're all fighting about... Everyone's fighting about balance and Zerg and stuff, and the real issue is like, I feel like we need to not lose track of the real issue, which is that the state of the game and the way the game plays is worse than it was. No? That's what we, you know, and the best part is we could all team up and have like a complete like united front on this, and instead we're still fighting over balance. Like, the balance doesn't matter if we just like balance the game when the game is fun, right? Let's quit complaining about balance when the game sucks from the first place, right? Like, let's make the game good again, and then let's worry about balance. There's no point balancing it now when it sucks. Let's make it good again and then go from there. No. I feel like that would be the better approach, but when or if we get another update, it's going to be fast. I'm fascinated to see what they do. I think there's almost... I would be so shocked if they actually revert things. Like, this is... They've reverted, like, changes in the past, but not really as a revert. It's more like an update alongside other updates, right? I really wonder what they do. It's like, if you throw enough band-aids on top of something, do the band-aids become thick enough to be a good foundation? They reverted medevacs. Yeah, like I say, they revert things, but they don't just like be like, oh, that was a mistake, let's undo that. They're like, hey, we're going to stop tank evacs being a thing, but we're also going to update other things at the same time. People are calling for a revert in terms of like, let's actually just full on go back to like the old patch. But the realist, like, that just isn't going to happen, surely. But the problem is that 90% of the changes are all because of one change. So if you change one thing, like, the other changes make no sense anymore. I'm fascinated. I really am. I would be so surprised if they actually reverted. Which then makes me wonder what the hell they do from here. You know, like, the game is in such a weird position right now. I have no idea what you do. Is there any chance we play on the patches mod? No. It's not good for the game to be playing on mods of the game. I really, really stand by this. Unless all of the players decide not to play the official version of the game, I think it's extremely unhealthy to split the play. Like, and this is, I've said this before, I do not think it's bad that there's patches mods tournaments, but I do not think that every single tournament has to be on the patches mod. I think that's very unhealthy for the game. So we will continue to run on the official version. It's a lot of Marines from Cure heading down that left-hand side. So a lot of Marines coming over. A little scan comes down. Just going to be seeing these Queens. Just going to be seeing a couple of these Queens. Going to take some fire. Ling's going to try and run through. And drones. He's in big trouble. His attack is hitting Solar where it hurts. And Solar, how much trouble is he in? He's going to keep losing Lings here. Good positioning from Cure. Now he's going to try and have to fight through the Queens. We are going to go for the hatchery. Queen transfusions were not enough to keep it alive, so Solar loses his third base, but Cure loses everything, but he killed a lot. Resource loss is in his favor. Killing the third hatchery is big because it slows down Solar's economy and his reproduction as well. The biggest support of the live patch left, Wardy. I'm not a supporter of the live patch. I just don't think... I just think there's like something to be said. Like, okay, imagine someone comes to watch some StarCraft 2 and they can't find a single stream or tournament that matches what they can play on the ladder. That is such a bad thing for StarCraft, no? Like, it is important to have the game displayed as the game plays. Like, if there was like a game-breaking bug or something, then sure, play on a mod that fixes it. But to play on a version of the game with like different units and like everybody to be using it, like, don't, like I say, I think it's cool. I've loved patches mod since before it became cool. You know, like right now it's the hot new thing. It's been around freaking longer than that though. But like unless every single player is saying nope, we're just not playing on the official version of the game, I think it's very unhealthy to split the community by being like, well, I think everyone basically playing on a different version of the game. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, there's no good way to play the patches one. Like, yeah, there's a Discord ladder or whatever, right? But like, that's not easy. Like, 99.999% of people aren't going to access that, so yeah. And if you have more fun watching patches mod, then that's great. There's a lot of patches mod stuff you can watch right now, but I just like, what about the people that just enjoy watching the live version of the game? And they exist because we've got people still watching the stream, no? Like, should we just ditch them? Should we just you know what I mean? It just doesn't really make sense. I know some of you will watch no matter what, but there's a lot of people who just want to watch the official version, you know? Instead of a version that they have no idea what any of the units do and stuff. That's not fun for a lot of people. So, yeah. I saw some medevac. Oh, don't mind drops here. Cure. He did well early, but the damage he did was not like terrible. It wasn't like game-ending damage. It put him in a good spot, I think, but as you can see, the fact he lost all those Marines takes any momentum out of like a future attack, and I think that's the big issue he's coming up against, where Solo's been very comfortable just redrawing and resetting his economy and rebuilding out of the issues he found early. Plus one armor upgrade coming through, plus 2 melee. Missiles continue to build it as well. Just going to have the Ling Bane Hydra coming about. There's medevac on the bottom. Just going to sit there with the Widow Mine as well. Infestation Pit coming across. 9 more Hydras coming over. Just going to be seeing the Marines are going to jump onto this hatchery. Widow Mine's going to unburrow, reburrow. The Ling's going to run across. Just going to be seeing the Widow Mines going off onto the Zerglings. Just going to be seeing the rest of that Ling Hydra force coming over as well. Try and see what else we can do. It's nice to get in and kill off a hatchery. I just fear that the amount of control that Solo is having is very soon going to be again at that stage where Kua has no good choice but to sit back and play a bit more defense again. Gets a couple of drones to the mine drop, but again, that's very minimal at this stage of the game at the moment. Guys, I just no hate or anything. Like, I feel like this chat is about to go the wrong way, so it's just, I feel like the conversation that chat's going to walk a dangerous line. Don't make me clear it. I will. This is your warning. Hydra Bane, I'm just going to step through. Bio going to be there. A few of the Lings coming about. Widow Mine going to return. We hit a few more Banelings. So just going to crash through to win, like just like that. I mean, like, counterattack from Kua is going to get blown up, so that doesn't look good, and these Hydras are not going anywhere. Looks like Solo's going to have himself this semi-final, and it's time for us to knock our ZVZ glasses on once again for the WardiTV Mondays. And again, it was edition 98. Was our first ever ZVZ final of the WardiTV Mondays. This will be our third ever ZVZ finals coming up here in edition 101. 3 of the last 4 being ZVZ. Kira's supply blocked. He was our Terran Hope. He's been the only non-Zerg Hope in the finals lately, actually. Well, Percival was 1997. Kira was in the finals in 99, a bit more recently. Mine's going to go off. I mean, we obviously need some big splash damage to save Kira right here. It's one of the better fights you'll find. Zerg coming in from a pretty choked up spot. The Banes are not coming through many at a time, so you're able to just knock them down pretty quickly. Fire's going to stem down. A bunch of the Hydra's getting chased. Ling's going to be there. Look, then setting up as well. Fire comes back across. Siege tank on the way, +3 attack upgrade in production as well in the engineering bay. Keep that going, keep that aloft at the moment. Again, adrenal glands, +2 missiles and +3 carapace all coming up. The Lurker Den is on its way in as well. Spire is just going to come through. We take the watchtower. Actually sets up over on the sides. Yeah, Ling Bane will gather up. A few changes will just step up. Just going to see the rest of the bio ghost gathering around as well. One more Lurkers produced. I mean, Lurkers are something I don't think Kira is even close to really being able to deal with. Like, yeah, we're building ghosts, but we're building a very low amount of ghosts. And we only have 1 siege tank, so there's not a lot to stop the Lurkers from just running up into position initially. I mean, if you have a few tanks, at least the Lurkers are going to struggle to get in place. But without the tanks to slow that down, I feel like it's going to be hard for these ghosts to have a chance. Bane Hydra coming through. First Lurker going to burrow. The Hydras are going to continue across. There's the Hydra Bane pulling back over. A couple of these Lurkers are still firing. And I'm just going to see the rest. The Bane's coming down the bio, getting caught in the Blind Cloud. That's why the Blind Cloud was so good as well. Because you can't really turn around and fight in the Blind Cloud. So if you put it just behind this Terran, it's really annoying for them. Because then they have to, you know, if the Terran is here and you put the Blinding Cloud here, they can't just stay here because the Zerg is going to jump on you. So you have to run through here, the Blinding Cloud, and then get to here where you can finally fight again, which is obviously just a huge, huge distance, and that is obviously no good at all. So, yeah, GG's. That's going to do it. Solo into the finals. ZVZ and it up from here on out today, guys. There's going to be Shin Rogue next in the semis. I've got a BRB a couple moments. I'll Helen out with something. I will be right back with you guys in just a few for our second semi-final, Shin versus Rogue. I'll be back with you guys in just a moment. BRB. Welcome back. In the top left, our blue Zerg is going to be Rogue. It's in the bottom right, you have our red Zerg. I feel like he just changes his name back to Ragnarok half the time, because why not? Ragnarok Shin in the bottom right. In game number 1 of the semi-final. Hope we are all doing well. Thank you for joining us. For some WardiTV Mondays, the Zerg vs. Zerg edition continues from last week and the week before. Oh, not the week before, but for the last few weeks we had quite a few ZVZs. Much to the bane of our attempts to keep the chat free from balance complaints. Let's see what Rogue and Shin give us here. Let's move through the second semi-final. Looking for a chance to play Solar in the finals. Solar beat Rogue in Cup 98's finals. He beat Shin in Cup 100 finals last week. So it's Solar. He's been king of the ZVZs. Will it be the same today? Because there will be a ZVZ for him. Just a question of which Zerg will it be. Thought we'd be bombarded with TVTs after the CC buff. Honestly, me too. If nothing else, the CC buff really just shows you how messed up the economy was for everyone. I wonder what would happen if you take the previous patch and you put 300 mineral command centers in that patch. Do you think then it would just be pure TVT? Probably. That coming up. There's going to be a 2-base Lair here from Rogue. No link speed, right? So just going to go straight to Lair in order to start things off. So straight to Lair. Seeing where we can take things over the next few moments. Again, link speed coming up on the side of Shin. And speed finishing very soon. Carabay's upgrade will be starting. And drones, that link speed will all come in. And we'll see. The fact that link speed from Rogue is kind of interesting because that's a bit of a mind game. You don't expect this to be link speed on the side of Shin. So if you're Shin and suddenly Rogue has lings, that could be something you're not really prepped for. Now the Spire as well. So yeah, he's trying to sell this kind of like gasless roach thing, which he's doing a good job of. He didn't let Shin get a scout on it or anything, right? So he's selling the gasless roaches, but instead he's going to show up with link speed, Spire, mutas. If you're not prepped for those mutas especially, that could be dangerous. What you need to see soon here, Shin, is you need to see the roaches. Like, make him show you roaches. Run at the front door. Be like, hey, shouldn't you have some roaches? Hey, shouldn't you be taking the third with roaches? These are the things you can spot to kind of figure out, hey, maybe you're doing something that isn't those roaches, because otherwise, why aren't you building them? And obviously, Rogue doesn't want to build roaches, because that would cost gas. He's going to start roach speed because he wants it to look like roaches. The melee upgrade looks like missile upgrade as well. You can't tell the difference of that. So everything Rogue is doing is telling a story. But it's a story written in lies. Shin thinks he's reading wrong one book, but it actually had its cover swapped. Something like that. Clem's come back over. I'm just gonna try and trade for a second. Bunch more meters coming up, melee upgrade coming about. Just gonna see the rest of the Ling Roach coming through as well. Those roaches will step up, the Zerglings will be there. Here's popping again, melee upgrade still coming by. Just gonna have the catch on this Overseer, so I'm gonna be able to kill that, and then we go and start harassing. I mean, Shen obviously banned a bunch of Lings, but the Lings aren't gonna be that effective because there's Lings in return. They're also gonna have their own upgrade very soon. Can they be useful? Maybe if he has enough of them, maybe he can actually get this third base. And the Mutas are here to play defense. If this hatch survived, that would have been crazy, because that was a lot of Lings given up from Shen. Well, these cans on the third base are going to slow Rogue down a lot, because it also denies him the extra gases, so it's nice some of the Muta production, which is limited by gas income at the moment. We're just going to get there. Overlord is going to come about. Just going to see the rest of the Mutas coming onto the Roaches. You can see the Mutas are still going to be right there. Going to get picked off, the drone as well. Things get after a couple of those workers. You're going to be seeing, I mean, I like that Shin's been keeping the pressure up because it means that it's been difficult for Rogue to really make too much use of the Mutas. So Shin keeps showing up, keeps applying the pressure. Doing a great job of this so far. The Mutas will get on top of those Roaches, put a bit more pressure in. Missiles and Carapace continuing to produce through. I'm just going to have ourselves, the Ling's going to jump onto this hatchery. That hatchery gets cancelled. Mutas will be there. And still trying to play defense, but again, Mutas playing defense just not as good as the Mutas on offense. If Rogue can eventually defend, that's great, and then he can maybe get offensive, but it's not going great right now. Drone's coming about, just going to see those Mutas sitting tight. I mean, minus 18 workers, loses the third hatchery against still just a 2-base player. The problem is that these Mutas have like an inevitability about them, right? These Mutas are a thing that you cannot deal with when it comes down, when they come into a certain number. And so right now, Shin's way of dealing with these is to keep your opponent back. But he needs a true way to deal with them, and he's going to try and do that with the Infestors that are now in production. He's done a lot of time buying to give himself that chance. It's 20 Mutas, though, against Queens and a bunch of Fungals. Don't get me wrong, Fungals are very good, but I think we've actually got a lot of work to do here as Shin to not die to these Mutalisks. I mean, it depends on the Fungals, right? If the Fungals catch everything straight away, and you chain that Fungal, sure. But Rogue should know he's got to be more careful than that. Sees the Infestor. There's a good layering of Spore Crawlers as well. It's going to make it more difficult. Let's come over to that right side. Jimmy gets picked off. The Overseer coming over. Nice Fungal, grabbing some of those Mutas already, just gonna have the... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, one Fungal grabbing a few Mutas is okay. We've only lost 4 Mutas this entire game so far. That's why Rogue is still in with a good fighting chance here. But he is starting to move into Roach Hydra, so he's very happy with the Muta count right now that he's forcing a lot of response. But he's actually not gonna keep going Mutas, he's actually gonna try and build a ground army, and this could be genius, right? Because if you are now building a ground army, and your opponent is only preparing for mutas, you might overwhelm on the ground. Big scout from Shin, though. He just saw a few roaches up, and I wonder if that's enough for him to start maybe figuring things out, and he can maybe start putting a bit more onto the ground himself. He will still have the infestors. They'll still be useful. They may just not be as useful as they were otherwise looking. Yo, Vara91, my man, how you doing? Thank you for the 80-month resub. Much appreciated. Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciated. Meters back toward the upper left. Just going to be, again, still back on the defensive side. It is 3 bases each, so it's very even in that regard. Work counts even too. Rogue finally on that 3rd base is obviously great. Seeing this a little bit more cleanup up in the main. This is fine because at this point you kind of know your mutas aren't doing anything too crazy good on the other side, so making sure you're just defending well. And we are going to go into Lurkers here as Rogue. So after all of this, Rogue is going to become the Lurker player. Kind of love it. I kind of love it. All right, let's see what happens. Missiles, carapaces on both sides coming through. Just going to see this hatchery being jumped on. She gets a cancel there, and the Fungals do whiff 2 of them, so actually really nice from Rogue to slow down that 4th, and again, still finding value. What's going to be interesting is how you trade out these mutas. Because there's going to be a point in this game where you don't really want the mutas anymore. They're not going to do too much for you. But how you trade them out, like do you get enough value from kind of getting rid of the mutas, is absolutely still a question to be had. Just as looping back around the other side, a few of the Lings and the Hydras coming back up. Hydras, Lings, Infestors all continue to move on through. Just going to be seeing the Roach and the Lings continue to gather. Hivers coming in. Just going to be seeing the Hatchery going down. Just going to be having the Size Spines coming up as well. Overlord speed continues to produce through at the moment. Gonna drop the Microbial Shrouds to give us a little bit of defense. I mean, when they commit into this, those Lurkers should put some work in. I'm genuinely wondering if the Microbial Shroud is going to make that significant of a difference. I mean, it's obviously going to make a difference, but is it good enough? Because those Lurkers feel very difficult to get rid of. Man, these units they can sit in Microbial Shroud for so long. Muta's just trying to stay back, because obviously they can't just go flying into the Hydras and Fungals, so they've got to stay a bit further away. He's done a good job of like kiting backwards here as Shin, but now I think Rogue he's going to go for it. Is that the right call? It might just be. If he gets rid of each and every Hydra, then you know what's next. Well, if you don't know what's next, I'm about to tell you. There's a whole lot of dead Infestors, and that's extremely expensive. We lost a lot of the mutas. How many of the Infestors to get rid of? It might be worth diving into the Queens as well, to be honest. They're off creeps, so they couldn't transfuse to success. Kind of a wild one altogether here. I'm just going to be seeing those Roaches. The Hydra's still pushing through. The Lurkers setting up also. Hydras and Infestors still gathering together. Muscular Augments coming online. Another Fungal Growth coming down. The Muta's getting hit a few more times. Rogue just going to have too much. I think very well played by Rogue. He was under a lot of pressure, a lot of duress, but again, the Mutas had that inevitability about them. At some point, Shin had to do something about them, and that's where the duress, came away. That's where Rogue got an opportunity, and he finally, made some good choices with it as well. I love the choice to go in towards the Lurkers and just say, okay, he tried with the Mutas. He's like, okay, actually, I need to go ground because my Mutas aren't going to do it, but I've got a lot of control, and he's going to have to build up for a while, so I've got time to get very defensively placed in this game. I think Rogue made a lot of smart choices in this one, guys. I think he made a lot of smart choices. All right, game number 2 coming up. As we get ready for a second map here of this WardiTV Mondays 101 semifinals. It'll be another Zerg victor today. We know that much already. Again, just a little reminder, guys, that next week will be well, I say next week, but next week's Monday Cups, the one that will happen on Monday next week, this time next week, will not happen. I can't be here on Monday. I gotta go with Helen to an appointment, so I will be doing Monday Cup on Sunday. So WardiTV Mondays on a Sunday, not even on a Tuesday. Crazy business. So yeah, WardiTV Mondays on a Sunday this coming week. I know that's really bad for a lot of you guys because you're going to have trauma. You're going to wake up and be like, shit, Mondays, and you think you need to be at work, but you're not. That's why I'm telling you guys early, so you can mentally prepare that on Sunday, it's okay if you see the Monday Cup, okay? Oh, Lord. Moving about. Take a few moments. Map score? No. Fine, I'll update it. Sorry, I'm trying to read the Twitch chat, whatever this is right now. I'm trying to figure out what sort of discussion we're still having. Girl just agreed League of Legends is the hardest game ever. No, it's Fortnite. Yo, you shouldn't hate on Fortnite. OG Fortnite legitimately was super skillful. Fortnite had mechanics like StarCraft had mechanics, man. Like, you could go into the game and genuinely feel yourself improving mechanically at the game. It was amazing. Like, as someone who enjoyed learning, the process of learning in StarCraft, learning in Fortnite was the exact same thing. Like, you could tell fight by fight how you were getting better, and you could analyze fight by fight how to, like, it was crazy. It's genuinely a very mechanical heavy game. It was a very fun experience. Can't defend the League of Legends. I can't defend that one. I don't know. Couple drones coming over. Bane's coming down. Link speed coming up. Drones coming through. Okay, League of Legends has a lot of mechanics as well. You have to be mechanically able to sustain through a lot of misery and disdain for your teammates. You've got to train your brain in a certain way to just accept feeling at your lowest a lot of the time when you play. Mental gymnastics, yeah. Alright, well, we're all up a game in this series, guys. If you just tuned in, it's the semi-finals of WardiTV Mondays 101. Mandaling Bane still coming through. That Roadrun coming up. Hatchery on the way in. Got a lot of this being added here as the couple extra Banes will finish. The Lings will keep morphing. We have got a couple of Lings going across the other side of the map. Going to catch a couple of those Queens. Lings. And try and get over. A couple of those Queens will hit those Banelings once again. Defense good from Rogue, and that's actually a good start for him. He has pressure on the other side already. We can't lose a good chunk of Lings here. Otherwise, you're going to be in some trouble. I don't know if those other Banes are going to finish morphing, though. They will not. Okay, so Shin's fine. Just about. Very scary moment, but he is, in the end, just about okay. He's going to wrap on this third base. I mean, still not over, though, because he's still lost a lot. He is about to get the Roaches, which will help. That felt like it was about to be a massive Bane hit. We're actually doing a great job microing here still as Rogue. I love what he's been able to do so far. The Roach is now here. They're going to start targeting these Banes. I wonder if there's a better way to utilize those banelings. I don't really know if there was, honestly. Might not have been. It's kind of a funky one, is we'll have the... Yeah, I mean, like, threatening the mineral line's great and all, but, like... Wow. I was gonna say, threatening the mineral line's great and all, but, like, I feel just running them there is not ideal. Rogue GG's out because he just loses everything hitting into the roaches. Wow, this felt like Rogue was doing a great job and then just runs out of steam, and he obviously put a lot into seeing success there. Roaches just got out in good enough numbers and straight up created defense in the end. Damn. Damn. BlackRock for map 3. Deciding map who will fight Solar in the finals today. Finding out here soon. Hemrick B, thank you so much for the 20-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Sorry if I missed a couple people priming up through the day. Appreciate you though, guys. Let's hashtag MWS FVA. Don't forget it. Was far. Yeah. Yeah. If you weren't here earlier, then you don't even know what that means just yet, but get behind it. Appreciate the Prime as we head into Game 3, deciding map BlackRock for our battlefield. As we have in the bottom left, the blue Zerg player Rogue. In the upper right, the red Zerg player Shin or Ragnarok. And we've lost game music. No! With the temple coming down as well. Damn. Just gonna let the deafening silence of the early pool sink in. A few links pop out. Just sing the background music. Okay. Do 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 bam. I don't even know what happens after that bit. I'm so hard carried by the backing track. Feels bad. Feels bad. That's beautiful. That's pretty good now. Just opening through Spotify, YouTube. I'm dying on this hill, bro. I'm not gonna do it. Maybe this is how they designed it, you know? This is the true StarCraft experience right now, that after 3.5 hours, you lose the sound. They don't want you to listen to music for that long. You know? That's just not how StarCraft's designed it anymore. You don't get in-game music after a certain point. I want us to have a true, raw, authentic StarCraft experience, you know? This is not looking good at all for Rogue. He just lets the hatch die. He doesn't try and fight it at all, and he still loses 4 drones. Like, maybe if you just let the hatch die and that's all that happens, this is okay. But just letting the hatch die and going -4 drones feels horrific, no? And he's not even having that great of a fight on these lings either. 10 lings for 4 drones and 4 lings and a hatchery kill. I mean, this feels amazing for Shin. I gotta flip the cassette to the other side for more music. Guys, come on. It's Blizzard. It's a small indie company. The other side of the cassette probably has the soundtrack for another one of their games on it. You think they can use one whole cassette for just StarCraft? Come on, let's be real here. The other side probably has Diablo on it or something. Yay. Couple of things going to run through, a couple of drones going to take some damage, and we'll have the queens holding tight. Drone will just gather up, just going to be seeing the Evo chamber and the Rotron, the second Evo chamber coming about as well. Rogue is -6 drones in this game. He's going to go lair, and I presume that he's got to do something a little bit more kind of serious to get himself back into this, so I get it. Like, the lair feels like you're at least changing things up a little bit to the point where you might be able to get something done here. Playing the standard game from this position was not going to look great for you, so... Spy into the back, again lair, and the extra drones coming through. Just going to be having the Baneling Nest continue to come online as well. And the extractors all coming into place. Again, the Bane Nest coming about, the Carapace upgrade coming through. Continue to get that on the way for the moment. Plus 1 missiles and Carapace will keep on producing. We just have ourselves the Roaches and company coming through as well. Spire, Bane Nest all building. Why is Shin back to Ragnarok again? I wonder if it's because of the GSTL, maybe? I honestly have no idea anymore, to be honest. Maybe it's just that time of the month, he's just Ragnarok again. Okay, maybe Ragnarok is when he's a patch Zerg, and maybe Shin is when he's just a pure gamer, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Queen's gonna get underneath that overseer. He's gonna get chased away. He's gonna be going down. So I can just regather again. Missiles, Carapace, Roach Beetle coming up. Muta's gonna die for this overseer. I'll always believe that the player with the Mutas has a chance of bringing it back, you know? Like, Mutas are the comeback kind of unit. You know, there's times where the Mutas just don't do anything, but I feel like there's always a chance for someone to slip up against the Mutas. Let's see how well Shin can defend. Queen count is good. Infestation Pit on the way is a bit more of a long-term defense against these Mutalists as well. And Rogue gonna double down on Mutas too. Still building them +1 flyer attack on the way. I think he has to. I don't think you can just build a few Mutas and be like, okay, now I go into Roaches. Again, he's playing from behind this game, so that'd be a pretty tricky thing to pull off when behind. He's doing okay, but not crazy. And yeah, that sport's too close to finishing to really justify jumping on it further. Put some pressure onto this base. Obviously, we're forcing the Queens to move from one way to the other. But right now, we're doing a whole lot of damaging things, but not a whole lot of killing things. And damaging things doesn't really matter unless you have some kind of follow-up to actually get them killed in this game. So, not loving that part of it just yet as Rogue. He's in this game. He's given himself a chance, but I think Shin is very well set up at the moment. And has definitely not let Rogue just kind of bounce straight back into it with Mutas. Like the say, we'll say. I mean, honestly, Shin's just being so careful. He knows his lead, and he just sets up extra spores. But every extra spore that comes down, every bit of like additional safety you build is something that doesn't help you to progress further ahead, and instead just kind of keeps you bleeding, and which kind of cuts away your lead a little bit, right? Because, you know, you're just trying to preserve the lead rather than take advantage of it. So, you know, big map. I don't hate it still. Bane speed coming up. The one thing I don't love for the balance here is that Shin has chose to go Infestors. And because he's going Infestors locking Fungals down on Banes is very effective as well. So I don't love this as a follow-up, because if this was like a Hydra defense against these mutas, I think this would have been, you know, going into the Banes is fine, but going up against the Infestors is going to be that much more of a struggle here for Rogue. That's nice. This is actually kind of big, because he doesn't okay. I was gonna say, he doesn't just get a few drones, but he also got a queen. Then we got fungled and lose a couple of mutas. But so I mean, like I say, Rogue is keeping it playable. Infestors obviously just make it so difficult. They're so scary as well, because you know at any moment you could get fungled, and if at any moment you could get fungled, then boy can this go so wrong so quickly. It's going through a couple of Hydralisks. Will be there. Obviously, the Hydras and Infestors combining going to be nice. Love that Rogue is taking advantage of what he's got, though. He's got map control right now, so he's double expanding. So even if one big powerful push of Shin comes through, which is typically the endgame goal of this, even if one big powerful push comes through, you still have the left and right side bases. So maybe if you even just lose one of those, you may still keep a base lead or a base advantage in this game. Another round of Banes, it's not going to do much. They soften up some roaches. That's not what you're looking for realistically, though. And plenty of roaches coming about. 100 in production. These few Hydras going to get underneath. The Overload going down as well already. Roaches, Hydras, and Infestors pulling away. Oh yeah, some of the roaches lead the charge here. So what you want to do is Rogue slowly bring the Infestor, the Banelings in a few at a time, so you force multiple fungals to go off on them. Mira's going to make the dive. Oh, there's no way, there's not enough. Yeah, okay. The big push is going to be good from Shin. It should have been. He was super far ahead in this game. Rogue did the thing that was going to give him a chance. It just wasn't good enough. GG's. Shin 2, Rogue 1. It's a rematch from last week's WardiTV Monday Finals. The back-to-back Solar versus Shin finals. Will Solar go 2-0 in the last 2 weeks over Shin? Or will it be Shin beating him back? And Shin, important thing, guys, Shin could break the tie with Björn. He could become the 6th most winning player all time in WardiTV Monday history by winning today. No one apart from Clem, MaxPax, Hero Classic, and Solar have won more than 2 cups. And then Björn and Shin have both won 2 apiece. So Shin with that opportunity coming up in just a few grand finals on the way. We'll run some ads, we'll sell out a little bit, and we'll get this ready to review him, guys, very, very soon. Beautiful. What are we fighting? I don't know how you guys are still debating what's a sport and what isn't a sport. I think even the person who made the word sport probably didn't care this much. Like... It's better than balance wine? Yeah, okay, I guess so. Alright, Solar and Shin for the finals in a few moments. I'm gonna bring this up and online. Lobby coming up. I'll be good to go in a moment or two. If I'm saying go, go. It ain't gonna take us long. I'm gonna kick this off and get this started. Best of 5 semis would be awesome. Nobody likes... Well, okay. The only people that like best of 5 semifinals are the viewers. The players hate it. well, I guess mostly it's only the players that hate it. I really don't like best of 5 semis. I think it's too much for weekly cup. I think the problem with the best of 5 semis is sometimes you can have the semi-finals really outweigh the finals. Obviously, sometimes that can happen too. But you can't realistically have like a best of 7 final for a weekly cup. That's silly. But if you have like a semi-finals, like an epic best of 5, then even if the finals just 3-1, it's like, well, the semi-finals, you know. Fake Fest was best of 7 until the finals. Yeah, but that's also a bigger tournament that runs over a few days. Right? Like, that's not a weekly cup. It's very different. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't really... I think best of 7... I personally think, and this is a hot take to some, but I also personally think that best of 7 is a little bit too much in StarCraft 2. I think best of 7 show matches are kind of okay, but I think playing multiple best of 7s back-to-back is always bad. So unless your format lets you just play one best of 7 a day, I think having to play multiple best of 7s back-to-back is pretty brutal. I think playing multiple best of 5s back-to-back is pretty brutal as well. But I think it's a little bit more manageable than the best of 7s. So, yeah. I mean, this is just like, it doesn't really matter though. Like, people can just make their own formats, and some people like some things, some people like others. I personally always like trying to keep the best of 7 for a final, and I think best of 5 is oftentimes more than good enough to allow us to see like a very solid series of StarCraft 2. I didn't restart my StarCraft for this sound, god damn it. I knew I forgot to do something. Oh yeah, I was busy looking at you guys fighting about chess. Yeah. You like best of 7 when you see different maps? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. You could also achieve that with a different veto process in best of 5, though. So... But yes, I was going to sell out, but we're going to have a super active early game. So let's just talk about this, because we've got the Lings of Shin arriving. But they're going to be arriving into the pool first of Solo, which is pretty bad for Shin, because believe it or not, that just doesn't really do it for you, right? Solo is going to be able to have a defense here. Solo's kind of doing what Shin's doing, just Solo has more... Okay, well, not true, because Shin is actually not expanding behind this. He took the gas, so he's going to have Bane lanes. This is extremely committed. You need to do so much damage with this as Shin to be in an okay spot here. See what we can do. One Zergling already turns around to try and hit the Bane lanes instead. Queen in position. This is why, especially with the pool first, this is going to be so hard for Shin, because this Queen is going to be able to target down at least 2 of the Banes, and you're going to take a lot of the firepower away from this straight away. Ooh, that Bane is alive. Hits the mineral line ever so slightly. Not the biggest of connections. Next drone connection is good, and we have the Lings following up on that to make it 5 workers killed so far. And this is still nowhere near enough, because you have no expansion back at home as Shin. It's just nowhere near enough. GG's. And that's going to be a Solo 1-0 lead. As yeah, this attack just so rarely works, I feel like. Like, so rarely works. Alright, I'm just going to relog super quick, guys, to get the music back. And we'll try and get into game number 2. Alright, Selection Game 2 coming up. Fast, aggressive Game 1. And Game 2 on the way. Waiting for everyone to ready, and we'll send this. Alrighty, guys. I mean, it was meant to be during Game 1, but it's now officially, and I mean officially, is now officially sellout time. These WardiTV Mondays, they do not fund themselves. These WardiTV Mondays are funded by you guys being freaking awesome. We also have some sponsors. Shout out to OSC, Loco, and Winter, all helping to make sure the Monday Cups continue to happen. Very happy to be able to say that we have WardiTV Monday Cups are guaranteed until the end of 2026. Woo! Everyone cheers. Woo! Look at that, everyone going crazy. Wow, everyone loves it. The cool thing about WardiTV Mondays, as well as pretty much everything we do on the channel, all the Wardi events, is obviously funded by you guys and your support. Obviously, whether that's just watching, whether that's being like a viewer to the ads, whether you subscribe, it all helps. But one of the main ways you can support, guys, is checking out the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. The best part about the Patreon is that 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. It is how we build the foundation of the prize money for each and every one of our events, from the Monday Cups to the Summit Championships and everything else. The Patreon funding allows us to say, cool, we have this amount of money, we can run a big tournament this month. So if you enjoy what you're seeing today, if you're enjoying the tournament, if you're enjoying the casting, there's lots of ways to support. You can Prime sub, you can help us get back to 500 subs, and you can like and subscribe on YouTube, you can follow and whatever else. But I absolutely urge you guys to check out the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV, like this, and consider becoming a patron, because the most important thing in StarCraft 2 are the pro players. If the pro players are not making money, they will not play. And so this is our way to make sure that we give the players as much as possible. So if you like that, check it out. Again, that's patreon.com/WardiTV. If you want to help support professional StarCraft 2 continuing on a regular, weekly, and more basis. Obviously, this is everything on the Patreon goes into what we call the WardiTV 2026 series, which will culminate in our end-of-year championship in December. Obviously, we've had the Winter Championship, the Spring Championship already. Summer Championship is going to be coming up soon. I know it's a bit late for it, but it's been a rough month. So yeah, check out the Patreon. Again, patreon.com/WardiTV. I appreciate you guys. There's a reason we plug the Patreon more than anything else. Next hour is going to be all about me. Just wait for that one. Psychon, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Give the legendary content. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you for the bits. Thank you very much indeed. As our lings will just nibble at the hatchery. This is going to go down. So is there a response to a 10 pool now just to let this die? I thought Rogue was crazy, but like apparently this is just what we're doing. We're just letting the hatchery die, and that's okay. Not pulling drones against it. How do we go from here? Obviously, Rogue ended up losing a bunch of drones after losing the hatchery. Shin's not letting that happen just yet. The control's been a little tighter from him so far. And come back down. Recanceling the hatchery would be pretty crazy, because that's actually a pretty big investment that you'd lose out on. Just gonna fight those Zerglings. I think this was a good defense from Shin in the end, no? Resources lost is going to be in Solar's favor. Obviously, that hatchery is a big part of that. Solar's hatchery is done, so he still has that advantage, but Shin's going to have a much faster ling speed, so that could be kind of intriguing here as well. What's the logic behind not cancelling? The minerals are kind of dead to you in that moment, right? So you want the lings to not come into the main base. Like, the Solar wants the hatchery, that's the best thing for him. Well, is it? Killing the hatchery is like really guaranteed damage if you let it go down, right? If you cancel it, the lings come up into the main base, you're kind of going to be down that drone, you have a bunch of minerals you can't use. It's basically just this case of you just don't really need those minerals and you don't really benefit from it, whereas what you lose in the main base is going to probably cost you more than the minerals you save, I think, so... Yeah, you basically want to buy time. And the aggressive Zerg can't risk going into the main base, because that's a much riskier play, right? It's like risk versus reward. Like, yes, you could get rewarded massively by running into the main, but you also don't quite know, right? You don't know quite how... You know, what if you run up there and you get absolutely nothing done, and then you haven't killed the hatchery? Like, it's very tough to know that part of Shin. With the lane bait counterattack is going to get in. The wall is down, the queens are falling, and Solar might just be dead. He is dead. Shin on the counter is going to kill him. I said that ling speed was going to come up, and boy did it do wonders, but mostly thanks to the Baneling Nest as well. So there you go. Alright. ZVZ. Guys, look, it's not my fault that half the games are selling out. That's just the players being aggressive, you know? That ain't my fault. And they both know that doesn't work. I mean, this was a different build, though. This is a completely different build from Game 1 to Game 2, from the aggressor. Also, Shin walked into a build order counter. Solo actually walked into, like, the right scenario. He wasn't... Solo would have been fine. He was ahead coming out of this. He just needed to not die to the Bane Bust. That part of it. Like, Solo was actually in a good position coming out. He just didn't think he was going to get attacked. He just wasn't quite prepped. So, yeah. So, Wriggleston, thank you so much for the 52-month resub. Appreciate you. Early pool once again. Solo bringing it once more as we're tied up in this final. Last week in Monday's number 100, we did go to all 5 games between Solo and Shin. Will it be the same today? Overlord. Just gonna move across a couple of moments. Take a little bit more time getting all set up. Say we've got the blings coming across. So we'll throw the hatchery down. I wonder if Solo just was like, well, I like the setup. I just know I didn't like the follow-up, so he's just gonna set up in a similar way. Yeah. Still gonna pull the drones. Different response from Shin. Actually gets a massive surround on these lings. It's kind of what you want as Shin, in a way. You want to deal with it quickly. If you pull the drones, you want the drones to be off, you know, not mining for as little as possible. So getting a full surround and force the fight immediately is good in that regard. But we are going to lose 6 drones in total so far. A couple of them are low as well, which we might still see dying. As the lings get back over, we kill 1 more low HP drone. Make it 7 in total. 7 seems pretty good. 7 seems pretty good. Things green coming about, the drone's coming over as well. Lings queen, just getting the extractor coming up as well. I have a couple lings gonna hit the hatch. It's gonna be some queen is gonna be there. There's a few lings coming back through, trying to get up this ramp again. Queen's going to be able to play defense. These couple lings get turned away. Good defense from Sola. I think this comes out as being about even overall. Work counts are pretty similar. At this point as well, especially now, there's no ling advantage on the map for either player. Shin gets to a couple drones a little sooner than Sola. So he's maybe like a minor little bit ahead. It's the sort of lead where it's like, yes, it's a lead. But it's the kind of lead where one bit of micro, like a tiny bit of micro, can make that kind of difference later on, right? So, I mean, even right now, this is already going to just divert anyway because Shin saves up for a hatchery and Solo keeps droning, so they're going to go for very, very different routes from here. And link speed building, that hatch coming around, a few extra lings are coming over as well. As that ling gather up there, the lings is going to be gathering and get positioned. It's going to gather again. The ling speed will come through. Just going to be having the lings, the Bane Nest, all coming about here at the moment. Bane Nest for Solar soon. He's making a lot of lings himself, and I don't think these lings of Shin will break through super easily. And like I say, Solar, he may not have ling speed, but obviously he still has the ling count, right? So let's see. The Queens get surrounded. Shin gets in. Shin needs to do damage here because he is down. Bunch of workers at the moment. Just going to see the couple of Banes coming back across. Solar's just going to hold that off nice. And he's obviously having his own link speed now. Helps as well. And he's just up 6 workers. He is down a hatchery though, right? Which is about the difference of 6 workers overall. And Shin is starting to catch up a little bit more on workers. So that is happening. Lings coming back in, just going to see those couple queens getting surrounded. Bending goes off. Well, this counterattack is brutal. Shin has a few lings on the other side, but Solar's doing some serious work. Shin might just be dead because we got the Banes to help out. Minus 16 workers. And that's going to do it. And the aggressive Korean ZVZ strikes again for 3 gamers now. Solar retakes the lead of this best of 5, up 2-1 in this finals. Looking for a back-to-back. Something that does not happen a lot in the WardiTV Mondays. Classic, Max Pax, Hero, Clem have all gone back-to-back in the past. I don't think, like, I'm just going to double-check Solar hasn't, just to make sure. I'm 99% sure he hasn't, but do my due diligence. Yeah, Solar's never gone back-to-back. This would be his first ever back-to-back if he was to win the series. Heading into game 4 of it right now. Top right, our blue Zerg is going to be Solar. Want a 4-player map here, but it's going to be cross-spawn. It's a big map. Obviously, the 4-player aspect sometimes invokes some weirdness in the ZVZ. See what we get is in the bottom left. Our red Zerg is going to be Shin. All right, let's see what we get. Let's just have a gas. And a pool from Shin. Ooh, gas pool hatch is fun. Excited to see what's going. Hatch coming down the natural. Spawn pool, a couple of drones going to continue in as well. I'm just going to take a couple moments. Goes down, hatch builds. And we have ourselves obviously just a chance to see what Shin wants to do with his earlier gas, basically, in the near future. So just going to get that on the way. A lot moving. Obviously, we don't know what the spawns are as well, so a little awkward for Solo because he's not going to know how quick his opponent's link speed's going to be. He has no real reliable way to really scout that. So that could be the opening you're looking for, Shin, just that lack of information on the other side. Could make this very interesting. Let's be coming up on both sides. Bane Nest coming over. Queen just gonna fight. Overlord gonna take some damage. Just gonna be seeing the Bane Nest coming about. That finished up again. Things in the link speed continue to produce through. Just gonna see that drone pulling back. As link speed finishes up here, we've got a couple Banes on the way. We are gonna move across here, Shin. Obviously, Solo sees it with an Overlord. He pulls the Queen's back. He's gonna set up a spine crawl, so recognizes that he might need a little bit of extra oomph to just get through this defense. Leading 2-1. Defense could put him in a great place. Let's see if it will. First Bane's coming up behind these Lings. They're gonna start trying to hit for some drones. Solo pulls those drones late. Happy to let the Lings waste some time changing targets. Baneling doesn't do too much. A few Zerglings now getting in front as well. Bane is just going to be finishing. Just got the extra Lings and the Banes coming about. And those extra Banes finish. Queen just going to throw a tumor down. That's the Ling. Bane will come through. Just going to see the Ling stepping forward. The Baneling is going to be there. A few extra Lings still moving through as well. So again, continuing in that direction for a few moments. Lings, Banes all continuing up. Spine crawl on the way through. It's going to be seeing a couple of Banes going to connect in. The Lings are going to get caught. And a little bit more being found already. Still got that spine crawl, still got that lab building. The additional drones are coming into place. Fairly connects quite nicely. A few Zerglings go down to this. Lings will chase to the other side. A couple of drones gathering up. Still pull back down that bottom side again. Lair coming through. The drones are building. The Bane Nest is on the way. Just have ourselves the Spire already building though from Solo. So big tech advantage with that Lair being much more delayed from Shin's side. See, still both are on two bases. Nice little scout in from Solo as well. Gets an update as to what's going on. And look at Shin's point of view. What does he actually know about at this stage? And there's Lair's building as well. Or was building. Doesn't get to see the Spire though. So doesn't get confirmation. Could be anything. Spire's got to be on your mind. Lings still chasing about. Spire and the Evo Chamber coming up. Lings will get up to the top side. Hatch coming around as well. I'm just going to be having the... Again, Spire finish from Solo in the next few moments. The Lings continue through the center. Watchtower will be going down. Queen is going to be then. Again, we push the Overlord back over the sides. Couple of injects popping through. It's going to be seen again. The Spire, the Ling Bane, all coming up. Bane comes and gets ready to run forward here. Just going to be making a move forward. The Bane's going to try and crash in towards the Spine Crawler. Queen going to try and put some firepower out on the other side as well. Those Banes do get in for a lot of damage. Shin kills a bunch of drones. He's going to Spire himself, so if he can do a lot of eco damage here and then follow up with more mutas of his own, that would be huge, of course. Solo just missing a couple of Banes to help clean up those Lings quickly, or those Banelings quickly, I should rather say. Third hatch with gases on is a big deal. It's going to keep Solo kind of ahead in the muta game a little bit. Of course, it really depends if you can saturate those gases. You need the drone to come back online here. 7 mutas, going up to 9 again. 7 mutas on the way from Shin. Now, the difference that's also in play here is the carapace upgrade building from Solo already in production. So he'll have that a little bit ahead, and with the mutas on the map a little sooner, he is going to kill Overlords, which should force Shin into some more Overlord production, which also slows him down a little bit. But usually what determines these scenarios is going to be the gas count. And so if you have more gas available to you overall as Solo, gas is the limiting factor basically, right? So killing Overlords is nice, but winning the muta fight and so is much nicer. And it's going to come down to mutas. Like I say, the carapace upgrade feels like it should help a lot for Solo if we get to that point, which we should be able to. Big map. Cross spawns. Don't think Shin's going to be getting across there anytime soon. Just come in, just gonna get grabbing the center again. That flyer carapace still coming up. So we got the grab. Overlord will be taken out already. Again, mutas, melee, upgrade, flyer carapace continuing to come through at the moment. How many mutas are we on? 15 to 14. So Solo really recovered from that worker drop off and still maintained the muta lead. So yeah, that was the big thing, right? If Shin had done enough to get a muta lead off of this would have worked. And right now it's playable, but it's a little awkward because the muta count's similar. Obviously with the carapace upgrade, maybe Solo can try and do something, but you've got to go across the map, and flying across the map feels terrible because then your opponent's reinforcements arrive that much sooner, especially because it's a long map with cross spawns here. Like, even if you're a few more meters behind his Shin, you might be okay playing like defensive mutalisks. But it's actually such an even mutalisk count that I think either player could take the advantage and kind of make something happen. But that means that neither of them really wants to, because neither of them thinks that there's actually going to be an opportunity, which means you probably both just sit back and wait a bit. +2 flyer carapace now from Solo starts up immediately. Again, because of the way the muta glaive is balanced, the carapace is much better in muta versus muta than the attack. The attack only hits the first bounce, whereas the carapace affects every hit from the mutas, so... Oh, run by from Shin into the natural expansion. Solo is hot on the tails of it. Nice target fire on the Baneling, by the way, from Solo. A couple times over, targeting down that Baneling to make sure that his own Lings can run in much more comfortably. I think it was target fire, as Shin's gonna be the aggressor. That's not. Well, I mean, he finished the carapace upgrade, so I guess that's even. Solo's mutas are a little bit spread apart, so even though Shin's the aggressor, it's going alright for him, and Solo's losing a lot of mutas. Spore going to get underneath these mutas. We pull away. A couple of Queens getting to join in as well. I mean, Solo defends because he is the defender. The reinforcements are arriving just a little bit sooner. It's actually making the difference at the very end of this one. Mutas turn back around. Muta on muta action continues. Solo is actually going to win out in the end, though. This is why it's so important to be the defender. Shin's going to say GG. Solo is going to join the very elite caliber players to go back-to-back on a WardiTV Mondays. 2 weeks in a row. It has only ever happened by 4 different players before today. Clem, Classic, Max Pax here. I mean, all the guys you'd expect. And now Solo, who is the 5th most winning player in WardiTV Monday history. 6 wins. He's actually chasing down, or is that 7 wins now, I believe? 7 wins as of today. He is now starting to chase down Classic. 7 wins to Classic's 10. Solo actually kind of putting himself in the race in this like second little pocket of players in the WardiTV Mondays. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. All right. GG's. Like I said, guys, WardiTV Mondays will next be around on Sunday. On Monday, I've got to go and take Helen somewhere, so I'll have to do that. So, yeah. All right, guys, again, tomorrow, here's what's going to happen. Tomorrow is GSTL. If you didn't know, GSTL is back in this kind of weird format. So GSTL is back. We're going to be going live with that tomorrow. However, we're not allowed to cast it on Twitch or YouTube. So what we're going to do is we're going to be live streaming the GSTL games of Basilisk versus No GG. No GG is Classic Clem, Percival, and Solar. This is a really good match. Classic Clem, Percival, Solar versus Raynor, Roddy, Cyril, and Trigger. So Basilisk versus No GG, and then also the Hwasong, which is Kua, Rogue, and SOS. They're going to be playing against T1 onside. No, they're playing Shopify Rebellion, sorry. Yes, they're playing Shopify Rebellion. So that's going to be tomorrow. I've just messed everything up. But we're going to be casting this tomorrow on Soup. So I will be casting this tomorrow on Soup. When we finish, I will immediately turn us live onto Twitch and YouTube and play the recording for you guys. So if you don't want to fight your way into Soup and you want to watch it as like a live experience, you can join us when it ends. I don't know when that'll be. I'll just do it as soon as we end. And you guys can join us like that. This is the only way I can cast it. If no one watches, I'll probably not do it again because it's got to make sense to put the time in, you know? And we're not allowed replays or anything like that, so this is the only way we get to cast it. So I'm going to try it. If no one's interested in it, that's whatever. But I mean, that's fine. I'm not saying you guys have to come watch, but do know that it's happening and come check it out. I appreciate it's not ideal. You can come watch live on Soup as well. I don't even know what my Soup channel is, but souplive.com/station/WardiTV. There you go. I'll post it in the Twitch if you care. So we'll be live there. And we'll just see how it goes, I guess. So yeah, we'll just see how it goes tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. I'll run some ads on the outro of today's Monday Cup, and when the ads are done, we'll raid you guys over to the WardiTV 24/7 stream, which is currently in the year 2022, working its way through all WardiTV games all time. So yeah, appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I appreciate you all, and I will see you guys again. Tomorrow for GSTL, kind of. And then maybe Wednesday Kung Fu Cup. Like, it's a little bit on and off because of Helen right now. She just had surgery, so it is day to day. If you don't see me online tomorrow, it's just something came up. That's very possible to happen as well. So, like I say, don't hold me to anything this week at least. So yeah. Cool. I don't think there's anything else to say, guys. I'll run some ads. I'll send you guys to the 24/7 stream. You guys have a great rest of your day. I appreciate you all. And I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow for some GSTL.